the screen set up yet. We can jump over, though, and just quickly get that set up, and we can have a look at the preview. Yes, this is a bit of a weird one for me because the clock's changed in America, and I had no idea that the clocks had changed in America. So the clock's changed in America, which means that everything is starting a bit earlier here in the UK. So this is actually an hour earlier than it would normally be, because of the clocks changing. And I didn't even know. I had no idea. It was only because a couple of people had sent me messages on X just saying, it starts a bit earlier tonight. So this is weird for me because we're actually starting, as we said, about 10 o'clock UK time right now. It's 4 minutes past 10. In America, it is 4 minutes past 11. So that's why there's a bit of weirdness, a bit of confusion. You might have a few people jumping in, asking the question, why are we starting so early? What's the situation? What's going on? It's all to do with the clocks changing in America that's kind of caused a bit of chaos. Hopefully, some of that chaos will spill over into the show, and hopefully we're going to keep on the good vibes, because there was some good vibes from Saturday. People really enjoyed NXT Vengeance Day, got some really good scores in our opinions video. We were looking at a lot of 7.5s, 8s, that kind of ballpark, right? So if you joined us on Saturday, I hope you had a lot of fun. It was a good show, really good show. I think the main event just meant that it dipped down a little bit. Kind of was looking for maybe something a little bit more punchy from that main event, but it was hard because the show had been pretty chaotic. We had had a street fight, and there'd been like fighting in the car park, people going through doors, walls, going through platforms, and there was just loads of stuff. We had a proper like weapons match to start with as well. There was loads of stuff that had gone down. NXT underground fight where all the wrestlers were around the ring, and there was no ropes. Don't know if you've ever seen an underground match, but we had one of those on Saturday as well. So it was kind of hard for the main event to do something that was going to be as impressive as what we had already seen on the rest of the show. So I do feel a bit sorry for them, but even though the main event maybe was the weakest of the matches, still delivered an excellent show overall. So we're running on those vibes. We're coming in from that, and we know that last week Raw was a very good show as well. A lot of you scoring it very highly. Penta getting the championship, Intercontinental Championship. CM Punk dropping that line at the end to Roman, which caused quite the reaction, bit of controversy and whatever. So yeah, there was just a lot. There was a lot that kind of went down last week, and it felt like a lot of work had been put into the show. And as we said, Saturday, really, really good. Obviously, Friday, very divisive with Cody winning the championship, but certainly a big talking point. One thing you can say about wrestling right now is it does feel like there is conversations to be had. It does feel like things are happening for the good or the worse, right? I mean, everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's talking. Wrestling is alive and well right now, right? So, which is good. This is WrestleMania season. It is feeling like WrestleMania season, and hopefully that continues tonight. We don't have loads to preview, though, unfortunately. There's not loads for us to kind of break down. We know that we have got Rusev Oba, which is going to be really fun because I think that's going to be Oba's first big challenge. So we've got Rusev Oba. Then as well as that, we've got Penta defending against the original El Grande. I'm sure that match will be really good, but I'm sure that El Grande and Los Americanos, I'm sure they're going to make their presence felt. So Penta against the original El Grande. And then in our kind of, I don't know if it's our main event or not, but we're going to try and find the number one challenger for AJ Lee. So we're doing a number one contenders gauntlet match. We've got 6 women battling. And we can have a look at those 6 women because we got the graphic here. So Asuka, Lyra, Io, Bayley, Ivy, and Raquel. So who wins this thing is a little bit tricky. because I don't believe the winner is going to WrestleMania. I think the winner is going to fight either next week or the week after. So it could really be any of these women because it doesn't impact on WrestleMania. The only thing is if Io wins and then Asuka interrupts, and then that's how we get to Io versus Asuka. We could absolutely do that. So, you know, Io is probably the biggest star in that match. Bayley, you could make an argument as well. But I think Io right now is probably the biggest star in that match. But so I'm going to go with her personally for that reason. So I'm going to go that I think Io wins. Don't think she's going to win the title next week or the week after. But yes, this is a number one contenders match. It's a gauntlet match, so it's going to eat up quite a bit of the show. What I want to do is just ask the question, who wins? Let's see what you lot think. I'm going to put Asuka. I'm going to put Io. I'm going to put Bayley. And then I'm going to put other, because I would think it would be one of those names that would win. Asuka, Io, or Bayley. Lyra, Ivy, Raquel. I'm going to put in the other. I don't have they only give me 4 options. If I could have 6 options, I'd just put them all in. But there we go. There's a poll that's up now. And that's it for the preview, unfortunately. I wish there was more that we could kind of break down. But that's it. That's everything that has been announced, or certainly that's on this preview. So yes, a few other little bits of news. It wasn't the craziest weekend for news, just little bits and bobs. But yeah, let's jump in the chat, see what people are saying, see where the conversation is at, and let's have a look. What's this? Are they changing the concept? Confirmed for season 3. Right. Yeah, they have announced some big names for LFG season 3. And it does feel like there is a bit of a change for LFG for anyone that watches that. They've announced Nikita Lyons for LFG. I mean, Nikita Lyons has been around for ages, been on NXT loads. I mean, if the prize is that you go to NXT, we see Nikita Lyons on NXT anyway. Carly Bright, Kendall Gray is on LFG. Callie Armstrong, LFG. Like, some of the names, they're not like, I don't know these people. These are names that we have seen before. So it does seem like there is a bit of a change to LFG in the way that they're using LFG. So I have to have a look to see what the details are on all of that. But they are using bigger names now for that show. Okay, William said, I've got mixed emotions about Thea Hale crying. You are in a business where you're gonna endure negativity. She has to put on her big girl pants and carry on if Thea can't handle negativity. Yeah, I saw that. So, you know, she's 22. As she said, she's 22. She's a young girl. People forget this. I mean, it is true. Social media is negative. It's always been negative. It's probably always going to be negative. And that is something she is going to have to deal with. But, you know, once in a while, you're going to have people that are going to struggle with, you know, putting up with that. Like, why should I put up with that? And then they speak out and, you know, the fans kind of rally round them. So, I don't know. That I didn't think too much of it. I mean, you don't like to see people getting negative comments, and I didn't really understand why Thea was getting any negative comments. I mean, she hadn't appeared at the weekend. I didn't really understand why she was opening up her X app and just seemingly having nothing but negativity. It's not like she had appeared on Saturday and done some awful botch that everyone was having a pop at her for. So, yeah, I do agree. I mean, we know that if you are a heel, like, you're going to do something in wrestling to get a reaction from the fans. I mean, I would imagine that imagine what Gunther's notifications were like when he retired John Cena. Imagine all those Cena fans that, decided that they were going to go and have a pop at Gunther, tell him that he's not that great, and tell him that he tapped out at WrestleMania, and send negative stuff his way. So it's going to be unavoidable. I do agree with you. I think that everyone's just got their breaking point, though, haven't they? And it seems like she reached hers. So if I was WWE, I'd want to do a bit of work there. I think they do work, actually, at the Performance Center when it comes to how to conduct yourself online, because it's such an important part of it today. So I think they do actually do some work there. Might be worth just grabbing Thea and just going, do we need to do some stuff here? Are you okay? Like, is other stuff going on? How is it that this has got to you so badly this time? Was it, is it something that's been building, or, kind of run through it? Because I agree, it's not something I think she's ever going to escape. I don't think social media is going to be changing anytime soon and become a lovely land of lollipops. And we all know what a cesspool social media is. Benny said, Daze, at this point, the only thing that can save Triple H from this new era dilemma is to bring in a juniors division with wrestlers like Terry Shrunk, Mini E. Langston, and Small Heyman. Well, that might do it. That might do it. Connor said, Daze, do we think that Seth could potentially make an appearance tonight? Yeah, of course. Vision are around, I would imagine. They're not advertised, but I can't see why they wouldn't be around. And so he attacked last week. Can't see why he wouldn't attack this week, so yeah. Daze, it's been a while. Hello, Brenton. Might have to start tuning in. Hope you're well. Well, it's a good time to be tuning back in, but as I said during that kind of intro and opening, like, it is a very good time for wrestling, I would say. A lot of people might disagree because there was a bit of anger around Cody getting the title back on Friday, but last Monday was excellent. Saturday was excellent. Friday was, I thought, a poor show, to be honest with you, but it did have this massive talking point with them changing the title back. That got everyone talking online. Wrestling is, at the very least, alive, right? And there's a buzz. There is conversations happening. There's activity, like people are buying bots to dislike videos, and then people are commenting about, is that the right thing people should be doing? And there's loads of chats and conversations and things happening. It does feel like there are things going on. So yeah, I would say this feels noisier, and it does feel better than where we were at the end of 2025, most of 2025. It does feel like we are starting to get onto that road to WrestleMania. So hopefully that continues tonight. Musically High said, what do you think of the possibility that someone did buy those dislikes? Yeah, I don't think it really changes a great deal, to be honest with you. I said this the other day, that like when Cody won, I think we all knew that the IWC was going to be upset with it, right? The IWC, I don't know, they can't, it's weird because they sort of operate as a pack. You can sort of get a read as to where the IWC is on certain things. Like when it was time for Cody to finish the story, the IWC was with him. And actually that weekend, everyone was like really rooting for We Want Cody. Towards the end, there was a We Want Rock thing that did rise up, right? We've got to mention that because that's true. That there was but the We Want Cody thing had been loud over the weekend. The We Want Rock thing kind of came through at the end. The message had been sent basically that the majority were with Cody and they wanted Cody rather than The Rock. And so then Cody went on to finish the story at WrestleMania 40, right? And so even though everyone's got their own thoughts, their own opinions, for some reason, there is always like a pretty healthy majority when it comes to topics in the IWC. And it feels to me like the healthy majority is that they didn't want Cody to get that belt back, right? On Friday. I did a poll on X. It came out 55-45 to me for Drew. 55-45, at about 300 odd votes. And I really thought it would be bigger for Drew. I really did. I thought it was like 70-30, maybe 80-20, but it came out 55-45. I mean, obviously, I wish I had a big platform. I've got about 13,000 followers. So, you know, I wish I'd have got 30,000 responses rather than 300, but that would have given us an even better read. But, you know, 300 is still not a bad feedback. You've got a big enough sample size by that point, really, to get a read as to roughly where the conversation is. So, but the majority were with Drew. I mean, it doesn't really matter the size of the majority. The majority were with Drew, right? The IWC, right? And as a result, I expected to wake up on Saturday and for it to be moaning, complaining. Have you seen how many dislikes there are? And I woke up on Saturday and that's exactly what I got, right? Was moaning, complaining. And the irony is, I think we need to change the phrase of Cody Crybabies, because there was a lot of people chucking that around when actually the majority of people that were crying were the Drew fans, were the ones that were crying. So I feel like Cody Crybabies now is really a term for people that cry about Cody and about him winning. And actually that term now can be flipped, because that's exactly what I woke up to, was my feed just full of people crying about the fact that Cody had been victorious, right? And then ironically using the term Cody Crybabies without looking in the mirror and looking at themselves, right? And what they were posting and how they were publicly crying. The irony was staggering, actually, right? It was absolutely staggering. And then, of course, you find out that, like, it's got 100,000 dislikes. I didn't have a number in mind. I didn't have a number as to how, like, what level I thought it was going to get to. 100,000, 200,000, a million, I don't care, right? I expected a load of dislikes. And then you hear that actually some of that, a percentage of that has been purchased by someone. And you kind of go, okay, fine. I mean, I don't know how many they had purchased. Maybe it was 10,000, 20,000. Perhaps it goes from 100,000 dislikes to 80,000 dislikes. Does it make any difference? It doesn't make any difference. I mean, 80,000 dislikes is still a message sent that the IWC were unhappy. So whether it's 80,000 or 100,000, it doesn't make any difference. Unless the guy brought all 100,000. But I know he wouldn't have done that, because I know that the IWC wanted to keep going with Drew, right? And I know the majority still wanted to go with Drew. And there was enough comments complaining about it that I knew that that was true. So for me, I just think he's wasted his money. I just think he's absolutely wasted his money. I think that it was going to get a healthy amount of dislikes anyway. I don't think he needed to go out and buy a load of dislikes. I mean, all he's done is change 80,000 dislikes to 100,000 dislikes, or 100,000 dislikes to 120 or 130,000 dislikes. Well, I don't think it makes any difference. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, unless he reveals that he brought them all, which he absolutely has not, I think you've wasted your money. So, it's crazy to me. Crazy. I don't think it's made much of a difference. So, yeah, I think that there is obviously a lot of emotion around this. We've spoke at length about it, and I don't really have a desire to kind of go back through it all. If you joined us on the stream on Friday, even if you joined us at the start of the stream on Saturday, if you've watched the breakdown, you'll kind of know where I stand on it and how I see the situation. And, I firmly blame WWE Creative for this whole mess. And you can point out moments as to where they've dropped the ball. You can point out loads of moments of where they've dropped the ball since January. This isn't even about 2025 or even how bad his first run was. It's about stuff they keep doing wrong and have been doing wrong this year as well. So we keep calling it out show after show after show. Then people are confused as to why Cody gets the reactions he gets. We are not confused by that. We are totally understanding of why we are where we are. I think if anyone's confused, you probably need to pay closer attention to the way that Cody gets presented and how awful it is. We've got a heel that's basically the face. We've got a face that's so bland and ineffective that it's easy to understand why people would struggle to root for him. And WWE have got to fix that. WWE have got to do something about it. I mean, how Triple H has got himself in this situation, I genuinely don't know. I really don't know. I mean, one thing you would say about Triple H is that he would know what would get someone over, and he would know how to present someone correctly. And he does a pretty good job with a lot of stuff. I mean, you know, he's pretty good at, like, he did great work with the Bloodline. Got to give him that, you know. I think that the way that Trick has transitioned has been really good. There's been a few little tweaks, not much, just a few little tweaks that's been good for Trick. Oba's aura has continued. A lot of that may be built by NXT, but he still made the odd little tweak here and there, certainly to Trick with his presentation. But yeah, you know, you kind of look at the way that he's presented Cody since WrestleMania 40, it's just a dumpster fire. So yes, IWC was withdrew. Someone did apparently buy a load of bots. I don't know why they're bothered. But apparently there was news that the original pitch for WrestleMania was Drew Cody inside Hell in a Cell. Yeah, I saw that news. Wouldn't have been down on it, but don't know. I don't know if I would have wanted main event of WrestleMania to have maybe night 1, but night 2 being a Hell in a Cell. Don't know about that. I sort of feel like it could have been okay. Thing with Hell in a Cell for me is that, well, I suppose I'm just a bit nostalgic for, like, Andre Hogan. I'm a bit nostalgic for Rock Cena or Rock and Hogan. Like, for me, you just have two guys, great heel, great babyface, build them up, and then smash them against each other. Put them in the ring and just get, let's go. I can understand why Cody Drew was not the appetite for people, because they'd seen it. And we've done it quite a bit, right? And even if this was going to be the blow-off match, it was going to need something special to get people excited. Hell in a Cell, you could say, might do it, but I don't know that I want to see that as the main event and as the last match. A Hell in a Cell match. I don't know that I'd want that. I think like that big structure in that stadium. If you paid a lot of money, it's going to be some bad angles, isn't there? I mean, think about people that have spent all that money in the stadium. You're going to be having to watch the screen quite a bit, because there's going to be so much metal that is going to be with that structure, and like certainly the corners and the structure part, like the box bit that's all metal, like that's gonna affect sight lines. And so I wonder if the reason why they chose to not do it as the main event was for that reason, was because of people are spending a lot of money. And could you imagine not really being able to see the main event as well as you would like? Depending on where you're sitting, of course. I mean, if you're front row, you're probably going to have a really good view. But even then, if they're kind of down over the other side, it's going to be really tricky to see. But some of the seats, certainly if you're at an angle, it might be a bit problematic. So, yeah, apparently they did kind of scrap that, and they decided to not go with that. I must admit, I think I'm quite pleased they decided to not go with that. I'm fine with them doing like a Hell in a Cell for Cody Drew, but I'm not sure I'd do it at WrestleMania. So, yeah, that was something that did the rounds. Apparently that was one of the thoughts. But in February, they decided to go with Cody Randy instead. Okay, Tony said, is the men's world and the men's undisputed? It should always main event. I don't care about Rock Hogan. I don't care if it's Rock Cena in the main event. That title is the main event. Got you. Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with that. The only thing I'd say is the women do need to main event at some time, because their WWE Championship should be seen as being as equally as important, of course. So, I mean, you could make an argument that both the WWE Championships should main event, the women's on night 1, the men's on night 2, but it doesn't work that way, does it? Like sometimes the tag titles, we saw that the other year, tag titles main evented, or you get another Stone Cold match. I mean, if Stone Cold's coming back, like he did with that little impromptu thing with Kevin, it's kind of really hard, isn't it, then, to have any title be in that position above Stone Cold. So it's tricky. It is tricky. I mean, I am in agreement with you that for me, night 2 should be the WWE Championship. I think that's why my affection for CM Punk and Roman is just down a little bit. I wish that was for the WWE Championship. I just regard it as the bigger belt. For me, it's the bigger deal. It's the bigger belt. It should be, it should be the night 2 main event, really. But they're fighting over the world's heavyweight title instead. So, I mean, it's going to raise the prestige of that title. As we said, this is a real big deal for that title. I mean, it does feel like that belt now is being very much elevated from kind of where I saw it. I've always seen it as being just secondary to the WWE Championship, because that World Heavyweight Championship only got created out of thin air a few years ago, does not have the history of the WWE Championship. And not only that, but like we gave it to Jay and we gave him a run with it. We gave it to Damian Priest and we gave him a run with it. And we kind of took chances on people with that belt. And we haven't done that with the WWE. WWE title has been on Drew, has been on Cody, has been on Roman, has been on Brock. Like, for the longest time now, it's been on people that we haven't, been taking a chance with. So, for me, it kind of... And certainly that run with Roman, has really helped it. So, of the 2 belts, the one that was created out of thin air a few years ago compared to the one that goes back to the 1960s, they're just chalk and cheese in my mind. So, yeah, this is big for that belt. Looks like that belt is going to be main eventing night 2. They put graphics out, didn't they, saying that the Cody Randy match, the poster for that was night 1, and CM Punk Roman was advertising night 2. So it looks like that is where they're going. Right, Jade, Rhea, Cody, Randy, Punk, Roman. I'm not looking forward to WrestleMania so far, said Tony. Liv, Stephanie is the only good thing on the card so far, says Tony. Musically High said, do we think that Cody has to turn now due to poor booking and backlash? I don't think he has to. I think that I think I could fix it. I really do. I think I could fix it. I think that if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same results. And with Cody, we keep doing the same thing and we keep getting the same results. So you've got to do a different thing. And that different thing doesn't have to be the heel turn. For Cody, he needs to have promo segments that have a little bit of bite to them. When he's cutting a promo on someone, fans should be going, oh, that was a good line. That was good. Fair play, that was good. Actually, those kind of lines where he actually has got something to say. If you listen to Cody's promos, there's not much to them in the sense of those type of lines. It's all, I'm gonna get to WrestleMania. I'm gonna take that belt from you. You might think that you're the man, but you're not really the man. It's all stuff like that. There's no lines in there that make you go, oh, that's good, right? So, you've got Drew coming out with witty lines and, being cool and all this stuff, right? And then Cody responds with not waffle, but just nothing that's got any punch to it. Nothing that's going to grab your attention. I mean, it just feels like his delivery can have passion to it. He can really deliver it with intensity, but it doesn't mask the fact that he's not really saying anything. He's just saying wrestler spiel 101, which is, I'm going to win. I'm going to beat you. I'll see you at WrestleMania. You might think you can keep me down. You ain't seen nothing yet. Blah, blah, blah. Do you know, nothing that lasts. Nothing that makes an impression. You need to get, his promos have got to have fire and fight in them. They have got to be so much better than what they are right now. And in regards to, you know, just the stories that he's involved in, like, you know, he needs to be, like, jumping people backstage. He needs to be the one that's going on Drew's bus, right? He needs to be taking the fight to Drew. He needs to be on the offensive. He needs to be doing some exciting stuff. He needs to be calling Drew a liar when Drew says that he's going to make WWE more exciting. No, he's not. He's had it 2 months. He's defended the belt once, right? Where's this exciting world that Drew promised us? Because he's been champ 2 months and I don't see it. You know, I'm the one that's going to make this place more exciting. I never got a chance to do that because I got caught up in a feud with Drew, and then that belt was robbed away from me before I could show you where we were going. And actually have Cody lay out the blueprint of what does a Cody title reign look like? What's he going to bring? How's he going to make it more exciting? Have Cody say some stuff to the fans that the fans would be interested in seeing. Because what you would be doing then is you would be saying, listen, if Cody wins, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And, you know, it could be some really exciting stuff. It could be some stuff that people will be like, yeah, I'd like to see that, actually. I'd like to see that. Have Cody say, I'm going to go to NXT and I'm going to defend the belt on NXT. I want to go there and I want to defend the title in NXT. I want to, and I want to do this. I want to do, a number one contenders tournament, or whatever it might be. Right? You have him come out with a load of stuff that makes people want to see that. And if you've got the proactive promos, you've got him on the front foot, you got him taking the fight to Drew. I mean, the thing is, all you got to do is you've just got to turn the narrative around. And that is that at the moment, people are watching Cody and he comes out and he goes, what do you want to talk about? Right? And then he'll do his nothing promo. And, you know, there's not really much to root for. I mean, it's just bland. It's vanilla. It's boring. It's all the things people keep saying. So stop making it that way. Like, this is creative. WWE Creative are doing this. All those things that I've just said, I could put into place. And that's because I'm, doing Cody's creative. So that's exactly what needs to be done, is that WWE Creative need to stop making the heel look cool, right? And stop making the heel look more desirable than the babyface, which I don't know why you're doing that, you absolute clowns. And you need to make Cody more desirable. You need to have the fans kind of, they've got a choice which direction you want to go. Do you want to go this way or do you want to go that way? And at the moment, a lot of people are looking at the two options and Drew is the more attractive option. So change it. Make Cody the more attractive option. And you don't have to do that by making him a heel. So you don't have to make him a heel to achieve that. But for me, I mean, we've said this time and time and time and time again, so I'm not going to go over it all again, right? But for me, you don't have to make him heel. I just don't know if I've got any confidence WWE are good enough to do what we've just said. And that sounds crazy, doesn't it? Because this company's been going since the 60s, and Triple H did a great job in NXT. We had a great 2023, 2024, but the booking of Cody, I mean, honestly, you could write a book on it. It could be studied as to how woeful it has been. And I really am struggling to sit here and say, no, we should stick with Cody being a face because they can do it. This is what they can do. And then believe they're actually good enough to do it. I don't know that they are. I don't know that they can do it. So I suppose the position where I am is, do they have to turn him heel? No. I genuinely believe that you can save him as a face and you can get the fans back. You've just got to make him the more attractive option, right? Are they good enough to do that? I don't think so. I don't think they are. So the end result is you might have to turn him heel, not because it's the only option, but because they're not good enough. The creative team are not good enough to do anything else. Just turn him heel. It's the lazy option. It's the easy button to push. It's something that I think we should do at some point anyway. But I think it's always a nice one to have in your back pocket so that you can use it like whenever you want, rather than you're sort of being forced into using it. Like, we're going to have to do it because, well, look at the reactions he's getting, you know? I would like to see them try those things that I said first. Well, I don't know that that works, by the way, but I feel like that would be a good thing to have a look at, to try those things that I've said and see if that helps and see if there's any movement there, any green shoots, or if it works. And then, you know, once you've maybe exhausted that, then go heel. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they do pull the trigger or not on him going heel. Music said, the reason that heels are more attractive, not the promos, it's the overprotected baby faces that turns fans against them. Heels are the sympathetic underdogs now, said Music VR7SC. Maybe. I think there is probably a bit of truth to that, but I think that if you still book your heels correctly, that you shouldn't have fans necessarily rooting for those. You know, if you want your baby face to be the person the fans cheer for, so really whatever the fans want should be coming from the baby face. The baby face should represent the good times. The heel should represent the bad times. And this is where we've got lost. I mean, when you've got Drew saying, you know, I rescued this belt, you know, from the bland vanilla run that Cody was having, which is exactly what Drew said in one of his recent promos, right? I believe he was in the crowd on Raw when he cut this promo, right? This was not just like a little social media post. This was something he said on the show, where he has come out and said, your run was bland and boring, right? I mean, in Drew's mind, that might be a really good thing to say because he knows that people are going to listen to that and go, yeah, you're right, it was. And that's going to bring credibility and maybe it's going to bring some support for him. But he shouldn't be trying to get support. He's the heel, right? He's this whole the heels telling the truth stuff. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's a Triple H ism that I really hate. It's maybe the biggest thing about Triple H that I hate, actually, is the way that he books these heels. Kevin Owens did the exact same thing. Kevin Owens was ranting and raving, saying that they were all against him, and he'd have all these examples. And all you're doing is you're making people question, is that true? Is there a conspiracy against him? And if some people come to the conclusion, yes, it is true, yes, there is a conspiracy, and they start siding with Kevin, I have no idea how that's constructive. I don't know why that is something that we're trying to achieve. I don't understand the psychology of it or the logic of it. So for me, like, I know it's hard to book a long babyface title run because obviously if the babyface has got the belts, then it's the heels that are trying to get the championship, right? So it's the heels, as you say, could be seen as being the underdog. But, if the heels are the ones that are saying they're going to take that belt, they're going to sit at home, they're not interested in defending the belt as on a regular basis, they don't care about the fans and all that kind of stuff. The heels should represent, things the fans don't want. The babyface should represent the things the fans do want. If a babyface has got the belt, we should be eating good. There should be loads of great title defenses, really exciting, loads of different venues, loads of different shows. Like, as I said, go to NXT. If Cody was champ, maybe we could have had him defend at NXT Vengeance Day, against whatever top Ethan. Perhaps he's really impressed with Ethan Page. He's going to go to Vengeance Day and he's going to defend there. And the great thing is Cody can use that in his promos. Do you think if Drew wins the belt, he's going to show up to NXT, defend against the next generation? And Drew would be like, I can answer that. Absolutely not. I'm taking that belt and I'm going home. This company screwed me over too many times. I'm quite happy to screw it over right now. You give it... Cody is going to represent everything the fans want. Fans want title matches. They want interesting matches. Your babyface represents that. Your heel represents the opposite. So I'm not saying that there's no truth there to what music's saying. I think there is truth to what music's saying. But I don't think that is we can't find a way around that. I think that you just make it so that the babyface run is exciting. We're eating goods. And then the heel represents the change that the fans don't want. Sean said, I need to ask something. Jade is bad as a wrestler. Is she as bad as Nia in 2017? I don't think Jade is as bad. I think she's okay. Well, no, I don't think she's Nia bad. I mean, Nia... the thing with Nia is that she had a lot of people saying that she was hurting girls and, kind of very limited. I think Jade has got a little bit more about her. I think that she can work a match and, the other girl's not going to get hurt. I think that she is someone that's very good at posing and keeping the crowds involved. I think she's good as a heel. I think the switch to heel was right. Jade as a heel is better than Jade as a face. I just feel sorry for the likes of her and Maxine. I feel like we give them a bit of a pop, not a hard time, but we're just honest. I don't think either should be on Raw or SmackDown. I feel like with Raw and SmackDown, there should be a certain sort of level you have to be at to get onto that show. How you would gauge that, I'm not sure. But, it feels to me like there has to be a certain level. And I don't think those women, Maxine or Jade, meet that level currently. And you could say the same for quite a few people, that don't quite meet that level. So it's one of those where they've been called up for whatever reason. Why Jade didn't go to NXT first, I got my theories. I don't know the actual answer. I got theories. Probably to do with Edge going to AEW and WWE wanting to show that they basically got someone back of equal stature, right? We lost Edge to AEW. We couldn't go, oh, we've lost Edge, but we got Jade and kind of downplay it. We had to make it seem like she was a big deal. We've got the hottest free agent in all of wrestling, with the woman that's going to revolutionize women's wrestling, Whether they believe that or not is irrelevant, but with the fanfare that AEW had at the fact they'd just got Edge, we needed a big fanfare as well. And so, they had to go with Jade and make a big deal out of it. The other thing as well is I think she did cost a bit of money to get, because I think AEW offered her a decent amount to stay, so we had to offer a decent amount to get her. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'd imagine it's well above NXT pay grade. So she's main roster money. So it's hard to take someone on main roster money and then chuck them in NXT. So for me, I think it's those two reasons as to why she didn't end up going to NXT. If she had just left AEW and was unemployed and been released by them and Edge had not gone to AEW at that time, I wonder if we would have just picked her up and put her in to NXT like we did with Blake Monroe. I wonder if she would have been given the Blake Monroe treatment. But instead, we, overhyped it and did what we did. So Jade's, I think should have gone to NXT. And Maxine, I don't really understand why we called her up and used her as a wrestler. I get why we called her up and we used her the way we did as the maximum male models leader, if you will, right? We just needed a pretty girl to kind of be the leader of that group. And I think she's got a little bit about her personality. She was quite fun, actually, with her backstage interactions. So I think she's got a bit of personality. I think she's a very likable person behind the scenes. I think that in front of the cat, she's attractive, of course. And she's got a bit of, as we said, personality. So you're kind of like, we need someone to take over Maximum Male Models. Let's go with her, right? Fine. Bring her in, start using her. Obviously, Maximum Male Models doesn't carry on, it ends. And so then she goes into Alpha Academy. So she starts working with Otis and Tozawa. We don't really do a great deal with them. And then it's time to be like, right, what do we do with her now? At that point, why didn't you move her back down to NXT? I can only think it's because she's on main roster money now. And so perhaps you don't want to move her back down and reduce her wage. Maybe when it's time for her next contract is reduced and she goes back to NXT, right? Where she skipped, basically. I mean, she should have had a good couple of years in NXT, which she just didn't have. So at least a couple of years. So I don't know if she goes back to NXT at some point in the future, but instead we're seemingly trying to get what we can out of her by making her wrestle on the main roster, and she's just not that level, It's a shame because, I mean, she's doing everything she can. She's just, do you know what I mean? But like putting me in a flipping NASA and expecting me to be able to launch rockets. It's like, well, I'll try and learn. You can teach me, but I mean, I'm an idiot. I am starting from a low base. So it's just, she's in a horrible position, And with the lack of house shows, I mean, she can't even do learning away from the camera. I mean, she's having to go down to NXT, go to the dungeon, do NXT house shows to try and get her learning in. I mean, she is taking that initiative herself. I mean, you got to give her all the credit in the world for all that stuff. But yeah, I would say that Nia was in a different place. I mean, she was just not a great talent. I mean, she has never quite got it. I think she's in a better place now. I think there has been some development there. But yeah, when she first came in, she was just big, lumbering, limited, and I think it was her size, isn't it? I mean, we got to be honest, it was her size. It was because she was as big as and as imposing as what she is that she got where she got. But if she wasn't that size, if she wasn't in the bloodline, I don't know that she would have made it to the main roster. But she is in a better place now, I gotta say. She is better now. So, yeah. Right, Daze, I'm looking for someone in the chat by a first name. Can you shout out Hugh? Says Bartholomew. Yeah, Hugh, if you're watching, shout out to you. Brenton said, is Cody just like Dusty? Is he better as a chaser than a champion? Well, they say all babyfaces are better as chasers than champions. This is why it's hard when you are champion. I mean, look, Cena had Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks chance. And that's because Super Cena always winning, Roman getting a lot of heat when he was a babyface. The truth is, being a white meat babyface is probably the hardest role that you can do. It's probably the hardest thing in wrestling is to be that white meat champion babyface. Hogan was electric, but obviously it was a different time in the business, Hogan being on top in the 80s. I mean, the 80s is just a very protected time. Kayfabe is still alive and well. and Hulkamania's running wild. And the great thing about Hogan is he's big, he's 6'3", 6'4". He's blonde, jacked, charismatic, doing his poses. Well, let me tell you something, brother. And you kind of compare him to King Kong Bundy, or you compare him to Andre the Giant, who's big and doesn't really say much. And you kind of compare him to a lot of the people like the Iraqi sympathizer, Sergeant Slaughter. I mean, you just go back to, you can say Macho Man. Macho Man was obviously very charismatic, but he was very good as a heel. He was very good at getting heat from the crowds. So even though Macho Man was a very charismatic performer that the people did love, when he was heel, he was excellent. And that whole story was excellent as well, leading up to WrestleMania 5, where people could see that, okay, there was a bit of a grey area if Hogan had overstepped the mark with Miss Elizabeth, but most fans agreed he hadn't. And Macho was just being overtaken. And of course, Macho would shove Miss Elizabeth around, and people ain't having that. People ain't having that. You don't shove Miss Elizabeth around. And so Macho would do that to get heat from the crowd. So even consistently you are putting Hogan in positions where, who do you want to root for? Do you want to root for this guy who looks amazing and the fans love him and he's charismatic and tall, blonde, he's been in movies? Or do you want to root for the guy that shoves women around? Or do you want to root for the guy that sympathizes with Iraq over America? Or do you want to root for the guy that's with Bobby Heenan and everyone hates Bobby Heenan? Do you want to root for Andre, who's turned his back on Hogan and joined Bobby Heenan, the Weasel? Or King Kong Bundy as well, who was with Bobby Heenan. And so, it was just, and it was kayfabe time. People weren't really thinking about business and stuff like that, and booking. That wasn't really part of the conversation or the thought process. Why have they booked that? It was just, I hope Hogan wins. I don't want that guy winning. So it was a different time back then. But I think consistently babyfaces, white meat babyfaces, it's been really hard for them to be champions. And this is why when Cody won at WrestleMania 40, the real work, and I mean this, right, with every fiber of my body, the real work that WWE had to do was the night after WrestleMania 40. From that moment, like Cody chasing the title, trying to climb that mountain, trying to finish that story, easy. The thing just fuels itself. Yeah? Cody trying to be the first Rhodes, trying to do it for his dad being mentioned all in the builds, his dad holding that belt but never being champion. He never won it. He got to hold it. Won a match by count out, got to hold the belt before throwing it back to superstar Billy Graham because he won the match but by count out. Yeah, that was easy work, wasn't it? Cody trying to finish the story. Creatively, it's fueling itself. But how do you tell a white meat babyface's champion story? How do you make the fans want Cody to keep that belt? Do you focus on milestones? I think that's something that's underutilized. Cody had a target, and that target was to finish the story. Well, when he became champion, why could he not have set a new target of trying to reach a certain amount of days and actually tie that in with someone else that had a certain amount of days, and that this would mean a lot if he could achieve that, right? Set a new target that is understandable. So I don't know, let's say Ric Flair held that belt for 200 odd days, right? And that was Dusty's greatest ever rival. And Cody could say, I want to overtake Ric Flair. I want to overtake his championship run. Ric Flair was my dad's greatest ever rival. This run is dedicated to my father. My goal is that I want to overtake Ric Flair. And so, you set that as a target. And then, so not only have you got a long-term target, but then you can also do loads of interesting stuff between then and then to kind of keep it going, And I feel like the creative work really has to begin as soon as WrestleMania 40 is over. And there's one thing that sticks in my throat about Triple H. A lot of people say we should fire Triple H. I don't feel that way. But there is one thing that really annoys me about it. Well, there's lots, but there's one thing in particular, and that is there is backstage footage that I really need to find. But there is backstage footage of Cody going back into Gorilla after WrestleMania 40 and getting congratulated by everyone. And Triple H goes over to him, congratulates him, looks him in the eyes, right? And he's like, it's down to us to set the plays now, right? It's over to us now to set the plays and, you know, make this an amazing run. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And he basically looks him in the eyes and says, we're going to have an amazing time now. And we're going to do some amazing stuff. And it's down to us to, you know, set this run for you. And he doesn't. I mean, he just doesn't. I mean, he gives him AJ Styles next, which is fine. That's a little fine stopgap thing. AJ at Backlash is regarded as one of the best matches of 2024. Like actual in-ring. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Cody versus AJ. So even though there was no real story to it, like that was fine. But really, everything else that follows in 2024 just absolutely sucks for Cody. And just not good enough. Simple as that. Not good enough. But it is the hardest thing is to book that. And creative failed. And look, I've had people going, you always blame creative. You've got to give Cody some blame. I will give Cody blame in the fact that he has not gone to... Well, this is where I struggle because I don't know what he has said. I can give Cody blame for not turning the ship around and, you know, for it being stale and staying stale. But I don't know if he's been saying to creative the things I'm saying to you now. I can only tell you that if I was in Cody's position, this is what I would be saying to Triple H. This is what I would be saying to the writers. We need a new target. I want you to put me in really exciting venues, different spaces. I want to defend the belt on a regular basis. Put me on, like, you know, media, give me the charity stuff, which I'm sure they would do anyway. But, you know, I'm not going to, you know, not be doing anything like that. Give me all of that. I want to be seen as a champion that's working hard, that's representing the company, that's giving the matches that the fans want. You know, if the fans want something like Cyber Sunday back, well, let's try and do that. And give me the credit for bringing it back, right? So let me have a promo where I say that I want to shake things up, you know? I want the fans to decide my next opponent. So how about a Cyber Sunday, right? If we can't do the whole show, then just do it for my match where people vote to choose my opponent. And it can be from a long list. And we'll do that. Set it up on the website. Whoever wins will do the match, right? Anything that's going to be exciting to the fans, anything that the fans want, anything that's going to be like, yeah, this is cool. I'm down for this, right? Don't give that the heel. Give it the baby face. And I'd be looking for stuff like that. So, yeah, it is hard, but it shouldn't mean that because it's hard, we don't do it. And I think, like, you know, really embracing that hard work, really going into some of those areas that are difficult, like trying to book a really good babyface title run in 2026. I think that is that's something we should embrace rather than, like, run from, you know. Right, Ronnie said, Daze, hear me out. ChatGPT says that Triple H headlined 40, 50 PLEs in his career, 7 WrestleManias. Randy has main evented 30, 40 in his career and 2 WrestleManias. Cody has 4 WrestleMania main events and 32, 35 main events 2024. Okay. Is there a second part? King Gamer said, Cody hasn't been pinned clean since 2022. Is that not a huge problem? Drew has worked hard and he's been a great heel. Why can't Triple H reward him and let him keep the title? Well, I mean, what I would say is he's doing Highlander after WrestleMania, but the other thing as well is that he only got that belt in the first place to make the road to WrestleMania more exciting, and so that Cody could go into the Rumble and the Elimination Chamber. But to be honest, I mean, what's happened is Drew has obviously been cutting promos saying like how he's trying to save the company, basically, right? Babyface promos. Fans have long wanted Drew to have this run anyway, because the last time he had the WWE title was during the pandemic. So, you've got someone there that people feel has been held down, overlooked, didn't get the run that he should have had. And I don't know if WWE took any of that into account. I think WWE went with Drew because he was the big heel, one of their only heels that they've got. And so they went with him thinking that they could give a heel couple of month title run, have Cody go in the Rumble, chasing, right? Which we know should be better for Cody. Going in the Rumble, going in the Chamber. And then honestly, I think WWE's belief was that they could put the belt back onto Cody and people would be okay with it, because Cody getting the belt back is a feel-good moment. The babyface gets the belt back. Drew's the heel. So, he's had a couple of months. Those that wanted him to have a title run, he's had a title run a couple of months. I don't know that they were necessarily expecting this backlash. I think they were, the closer we got to them doing it. I mean, I think we all knew what the reaction was going to be on Friday, right? If Cody won. I've got to think they're not stupid enough to not feel that same way that we all felt, right? So I think by Friday they did. But when this story first started, I think that was their mindset, right? And the truth is that you could have Drew go into WrestleMania as champion, but if he was going to lose it to Cody at WrestleMania, you'd still have had loads of people complaining. The booking's just horrible. It's horrible. It's been horrible in 2024, 2025, and at the start of 2026. And until they change it, you're not gonna shift any opinions. So, should they have just kept going with Drew? Probably. You see, I don't mind it because I would like for Cody to do all the stuff I've just said, for us to have that amazing run that WrestleMania 40 promised us. I live in hope that we can still do that. I live in hope that we can still get the Wyatt 6 where we want them to be, right? I live in hope that we can do good things with good people, good characters, and, I really don't understand why we're not doing it. I don't understand why the Wyatt 6 are the way they are. I don't understand why Cody's been treated the way he's been treated, right? I can only put it down to bad creative. So for me, I didn't mind going back to Cody because I'll live in hope that we get that run that I'm hoping for. In regards to Drew, I do actually think he should be in the main event now. I think he's been a big part of the build for WrestleMania. And even if he is going to do Highlander after WrestleMania, so not going to be around, I think that he has done enough to deserve being in the main event of WrestleMania. And so he could have won on Friday. We could have found a way. We could have had Jacob interfere, or we could have had like Drew walking away, or, on purpose getting DQ'd. On purpose getting counted out. That could have carried the story forwards. And so Drew could have found a way of getting into WrestleMania. I don't think that changes any reaction, though. I think it's a myth. This is why people say about Cody stepping away. Cody should step away from the title for a bit, right? I don't think that makes a difference. And the problem is the way Cody is presented. Until you change that, nothing is going to change. You could move Cody away from the belt for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, unless his character changes and unless people want to see him be champion, right? It's not going to change anything. So this idea that you just move him away from the title for a bit, it doesn't change anything. It just doesn't change anything. You've got to find a way of changing the character. So Why is Drew not in the main event? I think the truth is they feel that the history between Cody and Randy makes that a very interesting match, and Drew can go into a match with Jacob. Would I personally book the Fatal 4-Way? Yes, I would. I would, because I think that Drew has been a big part of the builds, and I think it's a shame now to have him kind of move away from the belt. Drew would not win the title at Mania, though, because of Highlander and what is going to happen after WrestleMania. And what I hope happens after WrestleMania is a summer of Cody Randy and a big feuds. And I tell you now, Randy is a legend. Randy is a beloved superstar, right? RKO, Randy, all of that stuff, yeah? If you're going to do a Cody Randy feuds, one of them's going to have to be heel, I would make Randy heel. And again, I would do everything I've said, which is you make people not want to support Randy. That's hard, but possible, right? Anything fun, cool, you take it away. No RKOs. No RKOs. You don't hit a move that people want to see, right? It's dead. I'd have him come out and say it's dead. Could you imagine the boos when Randy comes out and says the RKO is done? It's dead. I'm not here to entertain you guys anymore. Entertaining you guys has got me absolutely nowhere in recent years. That's done, you know? Basically, I would do whatever I could to get heat on Randy. He's a really good heel, actually, Randy. So he knows how to get heat. He knows how to get the crowd against him. So I'd be leaning into all of that experience, and I'd be presenting Cody as the option people want. So I think I'd have Randy win at Mania. I'd have Randy win at Mania, carry the title as a heel champion, take the RKO away, have Cody as the babyface, going after, do a big summer thing. And so, to be honest with you, Cody, I don't think should have got the belt back in reflection, because I think that if he is going to lose it at Mania, he's only going to have a month and a half run now. A bit of a nothing run. I mean, for me, it would have made more sense to have kept the belt on Drew, done a triple threat or a fatal 4-way, had Randy leave with the title. Cody still doesn't have it. And maybe Cody gets it back at SummerSlam. That means Cody wouldn't have had the belt since January 6th or whatever it was. And that would have been, 8 months of not having the belt. And I would have done like a big feud over the summer with Cody and Randy. But WWE instead want to do Drew Jacob, which will be a good match, I mean, that'll be a good match elsewhere on the card. That'll have a good build to it, and it'll be a good match. And they want to do the big main event. I think their hope is that this is just a match that people want to see. People don't really dream about, do you know what would be great? Drew, Randy, and Cody. Like, there's not really a reason for that to be a dream match. But what people have said in the past is they want Cody Randy because of the history. If you go back and think about the history of those two and legacy and all of those things, yeah, then there's a reason as to why people would see that as a bit of a dream match. I could say it's a bit of a dream match. Obviously, they've faced before. It's not that they've never faced, but this version of Cody and this version of Randy building up to a WrestleMania match is a bit of a dream match for people. And so I think WWE are just trying to give fans the big sort of dream matches, as good a dream match as they can, really. Obviously, the ultimate dream match is Rock Roman. They can't do that this year. Rock clearly not available. So, people wanted Roman CM Punk the other year. Let's give them that. People have spoke about wanting Cody Randy. Let's give them that. Drew just misses out. He was great in the builds, but, he still gets the singles matches on the card, taking on Jacob. And I can understand why people are sort of down on the fact Drew's not involved. I would have him involved. But please send all your angry emails to wwecreative@wwe.com. I don't know if that's their real email address, but send it to tripleh@wwe.com. That's where your angry complaints should be going. Ronnie said, Daze, my point is, how are we main eventing like Cena at peak Aura or Hogan? Cody is no Austin or Hogan or Cena, so why give him more than any other star? Well, because he is this generation's Hogan and Cena. That torch, I mean, that moment at WrestleMania 40 where Cody wins the title had Undertaker coming in to make sure that The Rock didn't cost Cody. I mean, what you had legends basically signing off on Cody Rhodes. The Undertaker basically gave his permission for Cody to win this championship. I mean, we sort of knew that if Cody Roman was going to be a fair fight, Cody would get the win. He was close to getting the win at 39, and it was Solo's interference that seemingly prevented it, right? So the belief was, if this was just going to be clean and it was just going to be Roman Cody, Cody should finish the story. And seemingly the Undertaker wanted him to have that opportunity. Cena wanted him to have that opportunity as well. Seth wanted him to have that opportunity because Seth came down in Shield attire. So, you know, there's three greats that are trying to help Cody. The people that are trying to stop him are like Jimmy Uso, Solo, Rock. It's all bloodline members, family members of Roman. So it's basically family members of Roman that are trying to stop him, and then legends that are trying to help him. Cody winning is a massive moment, and it is a passing of the torch. I mean, that's your next guy. The record books will say that Roman took over from Cena and that Cody took over from Roman, and that was a passing of the torch moment. It shouldn't be a shock that Cody is being booked as being like this generation's Cena or this generation's Hogan, because he is this generation's Cena, he is this generation's Hogan. That is the position that they put him in at WrestleMania 40. And then he went on to main event a load of shows. We know the run was mids. And, you know, they introduced, obviously there was the two belts. They introduced that other belt when Roman was champ, because, you know, they needed another world title for the other show. So, you know, it's not quite the same as Hogan. When Hogan was on top, there was only the one championship. But to be honest, the company was a lot smaller. The roster was a lot smaller. You know, you weren't getting your champs on TV all the time. Now we've got, you know, back then you had like a few different shows, but they were just showing squash matches. It was nothing like today, where, you know, we've got like all the big stars on display each week, and 2.5 hours for Raw, 3 hours for SmackDown. I mean, it's in such a different place that you could make an argument that with the size of the rosters, the size of the shows, that we need two world champs, because it's just such a big company now. One for Raw, one for SmackDown. But, you know, that SmackDown, that Raw belt, the heavyweight belt, as I said, always felt like a step below. Really, the face of the company, the top dog, was the WWE champion. That's the belt that Roman had. It's the belt that Drew just had. It's the belt that Cody got. It's the belt that Brock was carrying. So for me, like, Cody in that WrestleMania 40 moment, it was a massive moment, but it was not a massive moment that we just immediately move on from. It's not a massive moment that we go, oh, that was fun, what do we do now? That was a massive moment that had a message attached, and that message was, this is the guy. And to just reinforce that, at SummerSlam last year, when Cody wins the belt back from when Cody wins the belt back from Cena, there's that moment where Cena is against the ropes. Cody kind of salutes him behind to basically say, thanks for your service. I've got it now. Yeah. And then hits, you know, the crossroads, puts Cena away, gets the win. You know, of all the people that could have got the belt off of John, it's Cody that gets the belt back from John. And he gets that moment where he gets to salute, thank John for his contribution, and then he puts him away. Again, reinforcing, this is the guy. This is the man now. And so the torch was passed. I mean, listen, if Roman wanted to still be full-time, then Roman could still be the guy. And on many metrics, Roman is still the guy, right? Roman is still the guy that can get, like, you know, the big reaction, but he's just not around enough. He's not going to be able to make all the shows that we need to make. He goes away after WrestleMania and then pops back up at, like, SummerSlam. Like, he misses the whole summer. And so Roman's inactivity is Roman's problem. We need a champion that's going to be around all the time, that can make all of the shows and do all of the media and be that ever-present champion face of the company. That person is Cody Rhodes. So we've seen a couple of times where that torch has been passed and that moment has been, you know, a big moment. And that's the position that Cody is in. The problem they've got now is because of the bad booking, their golden child, right, has got this backlash against him, which is of WWE's own making. And they've got to find a way of turning that around. They've got to either turn it around or turn him heel. But if you turn him heel, then you're going to need another babyface, to white meat babyface, to kind of take that spot. They tried Jay, and, you know, that obviously didn't work. We do have CM Punk, which is a viable option. You know, it could be that Punk is the person, but to be honest, I don't know that Punk is necessarily the guy that... I don't know what his schedule's like. I don't know that he wants to be going to, like, every show and doing all the media at his age. And plus also, you know, at his age, he's probably got a little bit of time left and that's it. So yeah, the thing with Cody is that he just turned... I don't know how old he is, but I think he says that, like, he's got a good few years left in the tank, you know. He's managed to reach the top of the mountain now, and he's, you know, he said he was going to retire at 40, but he's delayed that and extended that so that he can try and capitalize on this moment that he finds himself in. So everything pointed towards him being the next guy to be that face, to do that work, to be that baby face, which you can totally see makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, I know Roman's still around, but he's part-time. CM Punk, at his age, I don't know, is the person that you put in that position. He's a great support. He's a great person to have around. He's a great person that you can still use as I said, you know, that sort of macho man position. Seth, you know, you could have moved him into that spot. They didn't. You'd have to ask them as to why they didn't. I'm not sure as to why they didn't put Seth in that position. Perhaps they feel like they've tried it before and it didn't get the results they wanted. I know the merch numbers for Cody have been excellent. Merch numbers for Cody have been really, really strong. In fact, a lot of the metrics for Cody have been really strong. It is a myth to believe that everyone is against this. That is not true. He resonates really well with the kids. He really resonates well with, like, the parents. He resonates well with adults as well. It's just that he has and is losing the IWC. But the numbers that WWE will look at will still say that he is a good option, or dare I say the right option. But that's obviously ever shifting with this growing resentment towards him. So that's where we are. That's where we've been. That's where we are. Connor says, when Naomi comes back after she announced she was pregnant, Naomi will return. Do we think Naomi will come back to be a babyface? She doesn't have to. You know, she could come back and say, have you missed me? Well, I've not missed you. Yeah. In fact, whilst I've been away, I've realised how much you took me for granted and blah, 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 blah. And so no, she doesn't have to come back as a babyface just because she had a baby. AB Jobson said a 7-woman main event. It's going to be Cake City. ABHOF LFG. AB, shout out to you, buds. Tony, hello, said Raw's in my hometown. I'm not there, but I'm here. Tony, shout out to you. Hopefully it's going to be a good show tonight. Looking forward to... I think the card looks okay. I think that gauntlet match is going to eat up quite a lot of time. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what they've got up their sleeve. Josh said, every title match has got a ref bump. It's predictable. Yeah, some of the ref stuff has been really dumb. I agree. And it was quite dumb the other day where ref almost got knocked down, then actually got knocked down. And then, the other ref comes down, and I don't think they did a good job of really telling the story about how Drew blamed that ref and how he feels that he's been cheated by that ref. It's kind of one of those that I had to be told that when the ref got in the ring. Even I saw, when that ref came down, I didn't look at him and go, oh, Drew hates that ref. I wasn't in my brain. It was just, here's a replacement ref. And so then they had to mid-match tell you that story when I think they could have done a better job of telling you that before, so that the second you saw that ref, you knew, oh, that's that ref that he didn't want. So, yeah, that I think lacked a little bit of impact. I don't think they set that up right. He then headbutts that ref. It'll be interesting to see if there's any repercussions to that, of course, because he just headbutted the ref. That was the replacement ref who becomes the ref, and Drew just out of nowhere headbutts him. I mean, you can't go around headbutting officials. So it'll be interesting to see if anything comes to that, or if nothing comes to that, perhaps we're just going to move on from it. And then, yeah, I mean, it was shenanigans everywhere. And then I think we had ref situations on Saturday as well, where there was refs getting knocked down and whatever. So I agree, there is quite a few ref bumps around at the moment. Be nice to see that settle down a little bit. I'm not against shenanigans, but yeah, I agree. There is maybe a few too many ref bumps at the moment. Chris said, you guys are lovely. I love this family. Chris, hope you're doing well, my friend. Shout out to you. Joey said, don't forget the picture that I sent you. Yeah, to be honest, everything's on hold at the moment because my folks are still caught abroad. So it's just a real bad time. This is why there was no video yesterday, because I'm trying to look after the dog and do loads of bits and bobs away from the channel. My folks hopefully should be coming back this week. But yeah, they were meant to come back last week, but because of what's going on in Iran, all the flights are disrupted. So they're kind of trapped in India, because they were meant to travel from India to Dubai, and then they would go from Dubai back to the UK. And going to India is, quite a special thing, but it's not crazy if you go from the UK. I mean, it'd be crazy if you went from America, because that's obviously really far to go from America to India. It's not as far from the UK. So my folks have been there before, and they always enjoy it. And so they went, and, obviously not expecting flipping war to break out or whatever it's called. And now they find themselves trapped. So, yeah, it's a situation that, everything's just a bit messed up right now. As soon as they're back, I can really get my just focus back on this again. So it's the dog that's a problem, really. I mean, constantly, I'm having to sleep downstairs rather than in my bed so that she can be outside. And then if she wants to come in, she'll bark, which obviously she does on a regular basis. That means I'm getting up, letting her in. She'll come in, she'll be in for a bit, she'll want to go back out again. So I have to get up, let her back out again. It's like, oh, it's a flipping nightmare. So, yeah, it'll be good to just get back to a bit of normality, which I'm hoping will be this week. And as soon as we get back to normality, we can do this month's Hall of Fame. I can get a few things updated. We can just get back on top of stuff, really. I feel like there's things that have slipped a little bit, but that's the reason why there's no great mystery. It's because I'm just doing a bit of firefighting in my personal life. So as soon as we get back to normal, we'll be back again. And as I said, hopefully that'll be this week, so we can make the changes to the member stream that I really want to get made. I can make some better forward progress with getting back on top of stuff and blah blah blah. Joe said, I live with the hope that the IWC is going to stop whining. Well, I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and so I don't mind it. I think that you have to expect that with social media, and I don't think everyone should be thinking the same things, to be honest with you. I think it'd be pretty boring if we all just felt the same about everything and was just thinking about the same thing about everything. But I think the frustrating thing for me, and I said this the other day, is I feel very passionate about how WWE have mistreated Cody. I feel really sorry for him. I look at the situation and I find myself wondering, if I was in his position, what would I do? Or what could I do to be in a better position than he finds himself now? And are there things that Cody could have done? Well, I mean, yeah, in his promos, they could have had more bite and fight, but I mean, I think that he works with creative on his promos, you know? I think he's got a degree of freedom with what he can say, but the truth is that if he was to do a couple of promos that lacked the required fire, at some point, Triple H creative should step in and go, you know, listen, we need a bit more of this, and well, it's just not happened. So, you know, you can blame Cody for, you know, maybe not hitting the mark at the beginning, but why it's just been left to do what it's done and to not be effective. I mean, we can't just keep blaming Cody. I mean, it's, you know, WWE creative have to step in at some point. Plus, also, I don't know if they've maybe stepped in and they've started to, like, you know, script some of these promos, and if this is their doing, and even if it's not their doing, why are they not turning the ship around? That's their job. That's Triple H's job. Triple H's job is to put on the best product possible. He's in charge of creative. Doesn't matter if Cody writes it or creative write it. At the end of the day, it's got to be correct. That's his job. And so for me, the fire and the fight in the promos, I mean, it's talking with aggression is one thing, but actually having some lines in there that make you go, "Ooh," that's a different thing. And that for me is what's been missing for Cody. So it's hard to know what you can blame Cody on, what, you know, what is within his control. Certainly can't blame him for the feuds. Certainly can't blame him for the stories that he's been put into. I think his match quality is really good. I don't think his matches are a problem. I think his match quality is really high. If you look at the 3 Stages of Hell match, that was really well received. If you look at his match with Cena, when Cena loses the belt, and you'd imagine the fans would be against that and would really turn on that, match was really well received. A lot of people said that it was one of Cena's best matches from last year, was the SummerSlam match. Now, granted, you had the WrestleMania match. Everyone knows that was just a disaster, but I mean, I think that had disaster written on it anyway, with Cena going in as a heel and Cena being in the physical condition he was in at that time. I don't think Cena... I mean, that might have been Cena's first singles match, because I'm trying to think. Cena was in the Rumble. He was in the Chamber, and then he did a load of promos. I'm not aware of a singles match that Cena had before WrestleMania 41. So you had a John Cena that was going into WrestleMania main event with what potentially was his first singles match since he had come back. I don't think, and you know, the heel thing was not working. The fans were with him. The dynamic was off. Everyone wanted The Rock. Travis Scott came down. I mean, the whole thing was a dumpster fire. So, I mean, how much blame you want to give to Cody on that, I don't know. But what I do know is they ran it back at SummerSlam and it was a hell of a lot better. And then, you know, his match with AJ Styles, but match quality-wise, there's no issue. There's no problem in that regard. So, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. You can feel the way you feel. The thing I always push back on whose fault it is, that's what I push back on. But I think we've covered it. Young Raz, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. Becoming a member on the channel. Thank you, my friends. Tommy says, I'm a girl and I've seen you on Greek Box. Cute and funny. Greek Box. I've not heard of what the hell's Greek Box. Greek Box. Is that like YouTube for Greek people? Greek Box. What the hell is Greek Box? I don't even know what this is. Greek Box is a subscription box. What is this? Well, whatever it is, I love it. It's brilliant. It seems to be a box for Greek people. So let's go. It's to be honest, it's my main platform. A lot of people think that YouTube is where I do most of my work. I actually do most of my work over on Greekbox. So Wrestler Andy said, Daze, the night after Mania, The Rock came out and said Cody now is starting a new story. Maybe there were plans that fell through. Oh, definitely. I mean, he gave him back that watch, didn't he? I mean, we're coming up to WrestleMania 42. And the thing with wrestling is, like, that was the Raw after WrestleMania. There's a lot of casual fans that just watch Rumble, WrestleMania, things like that. Like, there's loads of people that are not going to have seen that show. So it's okay that they've done it, because whenever we do get Cody Rock, and I'm guessing we will, because he kind of made out that it was heading that way. You know, whenever we do get to that, obviously they can use that footage to tell the story and show the story. But I agree with you, like, still being here 2 years and we've not made any progress with that, like, that definitely feels like something changed. And I think we can all agree as well that I think I'm right in saying that the next time that we saw The Rock after that was Bad Bloods, when he came out and did, like, you know, this thing, and we were all like, what does that mean? And then the next time we see him is the Netflix premiere at the start of 2025. And that's when he's like, right, guys, you don't know this, but I'm actually really good friends with Cody Rhodes now. Here's a picture of our moms together. And everyone was like, sorry, what? And he's like, yeah, you don't know this, but we hang out together and all this kind of, and it was like, what the hell is going on? Like, how can you just skip that whole we're friends now chapter of the story, you know? Like, what? I mean, it didn't make any sense. So, I mean, you could be correct that maybe there were plans for SummerSlam where it was going to be Cody against The Rock. And listen, if those plans had come through, then maybe we'd be talking a little bit different. They still would have had to have booked, obviously, 2025. And they would have had to have got, but certainly if it had been Cody Rock and it had been Cody against the final boss and they'd booked it all well, I mean, yeah, we could be in a very different place. We ended up with Cody solo. So, I mean, if it had been Cody Rock, we could have been in a different place. So maybe some truth to what you're saying there, Wrestling with Andy. I hope you're well. Chloe said, Jade from New Zealand, the only wrestler to come out of New Zealand were the Bushwhackers. Legends. Yeah. Legends. They don't even let Cody cut promos, said Chris, anymore. Every single time he tries, he gets interrupted. What's that about? That's true. I don't even know what that's about. Every time he tries to say something. I mean, maybe they know that they're ineffective. Maybe they know they're not right. They just haven't found the solution yet. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just have people interrupt him. That way he can't be blamed for not cutting good promos, because he's not cutting promos at all. Got ya. Yeah? You can't say he's bad at promos. He's not cutting them. So there we go. They should try that strategy with Jade. Every time she tries to have a match, like, someone interferes and she never actually gets them. You can't say she's bad at matches. She's not having them, you know? It's 4D chess. That's what they're playing. We're here playing checkers. They're playing 4D chess. David Finlay did the right thing by signing with AEW, said Humpty Vision. Well, I wish him all the best. I think he would have been a good addition for NXT. I think he could have done well, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that sort of New Japan DNA, of course, over in AEW. I think that he'll kind of hit the ground running over there and fit in seamlessly with a lot of the talent that's over there. So I think the transition from New Japan to AEW is very smooth. I think it's not as smooth going from New Japan to WWE. I think there's slightly different expectations in WWE. It's a much bigger organization. There's not as many New Japan ex-alumni around. Those that have been ex-New Japan have not fared fantastic. I mean, if you look at how Kushida was treated, or how Kenta was treated, who was known as Hideo Itami, or even Shinsuke. I mean, Shinsuke has been very inactive, big periods of inactivity, very frustrating. So it's hard to make an argument, to be honest with you. It's hard to make an argument that he would have fared better in WWE, but I don't know. Maybe there's still time for it. I think he's still young. Rue said, I think Rock's availability is minimal. Roman Rock would take priority over Cody Rock. I agree. Puts that story even further away. Yeah, I think you're right. I think next year they're really hopeful they can get Rock Roman. Obviously, we're in Saudi and there's some serious money involved. So I think they're really pushing for that. Word on the street is Rock has been offered the most money anyone's been offered to do a pro wrestling match in the history of pro wrestling, right, by the Saudis. Don't know the exact number on that. But yeah, I agree. I think that the bigger match is him and Roman because of family, and Roman's the bigger star. I would never sit here and say Roman's bigger than Cody, right? I think the only reason that Roman is not in that position is probably twofold. First one is that he's been in that position with the bloodline, that kind of face of the company. He was very much in that position with Bloodline, and that story ran for about 4 years. And so I feel like they might be looking for a bit of a change now. But I think the bigger reason is because of his part-time deal. And I think him being part-time is a barrier. I think they're looking for someone that can really be here like on a permanent basis, do all the shows, do extra shows if needed, do all the media, B-show pay-per-views, you know, all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you want to sell tickets, and certainly tickets at the prices that WWE are trying to charge, you can't afford to put all your eggs in the Roman Reigns basket, because Roman Reigns ain't going to be at Clash in Italy, right? He's not going to be at King and Queen of the Ring. Right? There's a lot. He's not going to be at Money in the Bank. He's not going to be at most of the Raws or the SmackDowns. And so you might have this big attraction, but he ain't shifting you the tickets because he ain't around. So you can sort of understand why they need to go with someone else, the next best option, but someone that is here all the time. So you can see the logic. But you are correct that when we actually get down to who's the biggest star, it's Roman. The metrics say it's Roman. But so him and Rock would be bigger than him and Cody. I agree with that. And I think they want to do that next year. But I still hope that we do get Rock Cody, because I still think there's so much meat on that bone. And to be honest with you, I'd love to have this story make sense. You know, there is so much that we need to explore, like Rock trying to steal WrestleMania 40 away, Rock trying to turn Cody heel, trying to get him to sell his soul, and Cody turning that down. The fact that they became friends and we never saw any of that, and now they're back to being enemies again. At least I think. I don't know, maybe they're friends again and we just don't know. But I feel like, you know, there's so much meat on that bone. There's so much that we can flesh out with all of that, that I would like to get some closure there, right? I think that's a match I'd really like. So for me personally, I'd love to do Rock Cody next year, because I think, I agree, the bigger match is Rock Roman. And so I feel like that's the match The Rock retires with. I feel like there's loads of matches that you can do. You could do Rock Randy, yeah? That'd be amazing. You could do Rock Seth. You could do Rock CM Punk, right? Which would be amazing given their history, yeah? That'd be fantastic. No shortage of matches for The Rock. I mean, you could do Rock Gunther as his retirement and have Gunther retire The Rock, yeah? There's loads of matches, but for me, there's two I think he has to have, Cody and Roman. Those are the two I think he has to have. If there's only one that he can do, then it's the Roman one. But I will feel sad that we never got Cody Rock. I think there is a lot of meat on that bone. Billy said it's hard to book, can't satisfy every fan. We're in a time where heel, face, People just like who they like. This might not be Cody or a creative problem, but more a fans like Drew problem. Yeah, but I agree and I disagree. People are free to like who they like, and even when you do book in correctly, you're still going to have people that are going to choose to go the opposite way. I mean, for example, I watched WrestleMania 3 when I was a kid, and I kind of gravitated to Andre at WrestleMania 3. And the reason for that is because, you know, he was big, he was impressive. I knew he'd never been champion. I kind of wanted to see the monster be champ, and I'd seen Hogan as champion. And I suppose it's that same age-old, it's really hard to be a babyface champion and to keep the fans on your sides. I mean, it's just a real challenge. The other thing as well, Hogan was very USA, and like when I'm sat here in the UK, that doesn't massively resonate with me, you know? Just like if British Bulldog was on top and he was constantly, you know, chanting UK and shouting about the United Kingdom and Great Britain, people in America would struggle to resonate with that. There's an appreciation. I mean, USA, our friends, no ill will towards the USA, so it was no problem. But like, I think it didn't have the same pull for me as it would have a kid growing up in America. You know, this is why when I had to choose between Hogan and Warrior at WrestleMania 6, it was not a hard choice. For me, I loved the energy of the Warrior, the charisma of the Warrior, you know, shaking the ropes and, you know, all these warriors, and just the energy that he brought. And, you know, his message was a very universal message. It wasn't like USA. It was warriors around the world, you know, wherever you are. I need your support, you know. So for me, I was like into Warrior at WrestleMania 6. I was into Hogan at 7. I wasn't cheering for Sergeant Slaughter. I was into Hogan at 7. I think I was into Hogan at 5 when he was battling against Macho Man. Because, again, Macho Man, I loved Macho Man, but he was shoving Miss Elizabeth around, and it just doesn't fly, you know? So I think I was with Hogan there. So I don't know. Sometimes I was with Hogan. Sometimes I was with the heel. I think there is some truth that regardless of what you do, you're going to have people supporting Drew. But a lot of the reasons why people support Drew can be eliminated with good booking. You know, if you ask people, why do you support Drew? It might be because he deserves the title run that he never had in 2020. So what I would say is, don't put him in the title picture until he's had that run. Like, take that away. Don't bring him into the situation now when there's sympathy for him, because you've got people siding with him because they're hoping this is that run, right? WWE apparently only planned for Drew's title run to last either till Friday just gone or WrestleMania. There's no plans for Drew to be champ after Mania. So this was never that run. But fans out there are thinking it was. So that's one reason why people have sided with him. And it's a reason that can be eliminated, right, by him having the run that he should have had during the pandemic, right? The other reasons are, you know, a lot of what he says in his promos. Well, that can be eliminated. Change the promos, change the content of the promos. So I do agree that there will always be people siding with the heel or whatever, but you've got to ask the question, why are they siding with the heel? And can that be controlled? And I feel very confident that the vast majority of that can be controlled. I feel very confident that a lot of the reasons why people side with him are down to creative. So I think that it can be influenced. I think creative have an awful lot of control about, like, you know, people going where they side in with who they side with. You will always still get people going that way. You'll never get it 100%, but we could be a hell of a lot better than we are right now. No doubt about that in my mind whatsoever, that this is a lot to do with WWE's own mistakes, and that you know, WWE have to look in the mirror when it comes to the creative, knowing that they could have and should have done a better job with this. Tony said, I don't get the feeling. I cheered for the Bulldog as an American. I sang along to God Save the Queen. I also rooted for the Warrior like you. It's a weird place for y'all. Tony, shout out to you. It's interesting to hear from an American's perspective. Yeah, I mean, again, the USA thing, it was never a problem for me. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I hate this guy, he doesn't represent the UK or whatever. Because, you know, I grew up looking at America. I've said before, I love America. Grew up looking over at America. If you grew up in Britain, and I think I speak for most people, you know, we didn't really look to Europe. I don't think we've ever massively felt European. Which is why, maybe that's why Brexit went the way it went, right? Because we've never really felt like the same as mainland Europe. Like, you know, you've got the French and their culture. I mean, I couldn't necessarily name a load of French films or French songs or tell you much about French culture. Same with Germany, same with Spain, same with Italy. I mean, I know about pizza and pasta and food. And there might be the odd film that I've heard of, like Amelie, right? There might be the odd singer or song that comes from Europe, but nothing compared to America. Nothing compared to Michael Jackson and Madonna and, you know, all the singers and different bands that you've had, Hollywood, all the films that come out. I feel like because of how powerful America has been in driving pop culture, like, you just sort of grow up looking over towards, you know, I grew up watching, like, Disney, which, you know, is America. And from a young age, you know, you can go to Disneyland that's in America. So, you know, like, you kind of grow up looking at America, really. And then don't forget, I got into WWE at a young age. So, I mean, again, it was very, like, America. So you kind of look over at America. You know, would I be more excited about going to Europe or America? America by a mile? I mean, there's a language barrier in Europe. It's bonkers that the countries closest to us speak different languages, but yet this country that's much further away speaks English. So it's kind of like you grow up feeling, you know, looking more that way. Well, at least that was true for me, right? So having Hogan come out being all USA, it was never a problem. Never an issue. Never like, oh, I hate this guy or anything like that. Like, yeah, love America. Love all the amazing stuff that comes from there, all the pop culture. It gave us WWE. Love it. Brilliant. But like, for me, it wouldn't have grabbed me the same way as it would someone in America, you know? I would imagine it would be like, come on, Hogan, you know? You're our guy, USA, all that kind of stuff, you know? Whereas for me, I could respect it, and I had no issue with it. But if I had to choose between him and Warrior, I mean, the Warrior definitely spoke to me more, you know? And you know, understandably, if ever it was Hogan British Bulldog, I think you could understand that I would have been with Davey Boy, right? Just like how I'd have imagined most of you would have been in America with Hogan. So, yeah, it was just, I don't know. It's one of those things, really, where you kind of grow up with your own thoughts, and you don't really speak to too many people about how you feeling about wrestling when you're a kid. You got some friends, or I had some friends, but not many. There wasn't loads that were watching wrestling. So most of the time I was watching it on my own, then going out playing football down the park. That was it. I mean, my brother wasn't really watching it, and my parents weren't interested. No one in my family really watched it. So it was like I would watch it and then I wouldn't have anyone to talk with. So it's been actually really interesting, really funny, kind of going back and talking about old wrestling and seeing how people felt about the same things that I was watching at the time, but I just didn't really have too many people to speak to with it. And normally, if there was someone that you would speak to with it, it was very basic conversations because we were kids. It'd be like, do you like Hogan? Yeah, I like Hogan. He's cool, isn't he? So, I mean, we weren't talking about, why do you think they're booking this? Why do you think they've done that? How did you rate his promo? I didn't even know what a promo was. Do you know what I mean? It was so different. So different. It was like, oh, looking forward to WrestleMania. Oh, it's going to be good, yeah. Can't wait. I'm actually staying up. I'm gonna stay up and watch it. I've been told I can stay up. Oh, yeah. No way. It was that was the conversations I was having as a kid. It wasn't really any more in depth than that. Brandon said, I hope Raw is as good tonight as last week. Same, but yeah, I'm totally with you. In that same boat. Jesse said, I'm ready to see if Oba or Seth is going to answer Brock's Open Challenge. I think that's next week. I think the first one we do of that is the 16th. So I think I could be wrong, but I think it's next week. I'm not expecting Brock tonight. He wasn't on the preview. So, yeah. I could be wrong, though. Corey said, I wouldn't mind seeing Seth's band of merry masked men tonight. Well, yeah, we could do. They've been popping up on a regular basis, haven't they? So they could certainly make their presence felt again tonight. Raw is early because springtime, summertime, says Willow. Yeah, would have caught me out. Again, here in the UK, obviously, nothing's changed. So for us over here, it's just normal time. In fact, now we would have been 54 minutes into our normal stream, not 5 minutes from the start of it. So I could imagine this is going to catch a few Europeans out. A few people internationally may be thinking the show starts at its normal time when, because of the clocks changing in America, it's actually an hour earlier. So don't be surprised if we get people jumping in confused as to why Raw has already begun. Okay, we're just 6 minutes away from the start of the show. I am in agreement with you guys. Hopefully, this show is going to keep on those good vibes from last week. It was a really well-received show last week. The scores were really good for last week's Raw. So, hoping that we're seeing that the Raw creative team have kind of worked it out and are in a good place and have got some another episode kind of lined up that's going to entertain. We're about to find out. It caught me off guard, said Willow. But I've cooked my pizza in time. It's 1 a.m. instead of 2 a.m., says Willow. It caught me off guard. It was only because some of you online said it was starting early. And then I was really confused because I was like, really? I don't remember WWE mentioning anything. And then I went to WWE, looked at the graphics, and they were still saying 8 Eastern, which you go, okay, 5 hours difference, that's 1 a.m. So you go, well, that's the normal time. So there's nothing there that's saying it's starting early. And then it was pointed out, no, they've changed the clocks in America. So it's actually right now not 5 hours difference, it's 4 hours difference. So you go, got you. So that's why the times are all still saying their normal time, but yet it's still starting an hour earlier. So yes, it will catch some people out. It almost caught me out. But thankfully some of you came to my rescue and pointed it out online. Okay, I'm just getting it loaded up so that we're going to be good to go. There we go. Yes. Yes, queens. Okay. My car clock doesn't change on its own. So the whole ride to work, I was crying. I was up an hour early. Really? Very good. Well, not for you, but it's better to be early than late, isn't it? Right, Daze, who do we think Danhausen will try and curse next? Have we got any ideas? Well, I think he needs to be really careful with the curse stuff. I think it's getting a bit OTT. I mean, he did it last Monday. Then he mentioned it about, I could curse you on Friday. Then I'm seeing him talk about it on social media quite a bit. AJ Lee was talking about this gauntlet match and how there's going to be no easy options. And Danhausen was like, do you want me to curse them for you? And she was like, God, no. Please, no. Right? I do just worry that, like, it's going to get burnt out quite quickly if we keep talking about it and going on about it. Like, it's a great thing for him to have, but I would like for him to focus on some other stuff. Do you know what I mean? rather than like just banging on about the curse thing all the time. Listen, it's great. I love it. I love what they did last Monday. I just don't want it to get burnt out. I don't want people to get tired of it, and I know people will if you just keep hammering it. So let's explore something else. So yes, he should curse someone else, and yes, it should have an effect. Eventually, he'll curse someone, and it doesn't. And maybe at that moment, it can be a high stakes thing where, you know, some evil heel has come to him and said, like, I want you to curse them, otherwise I'm going to beat you up. And so he does curse them. Then it doesn't work, you know? And then, like, he gets himself into some trouble. It could be that he doesn't quite know why it's not worked. Or it could be that, you know, he reveals it didn't work because he didn't really put it on. Or it could be that he was under pressure, so it didn't quite work as a result. It doesn't work whenever he's being pressured into it. So, do you know what I mean? There's things that he can say and do that could make this interesting. But I definitely think the next one, to show that there's something to it, should work. So, who's that going to be? No idea. Could be anyone that he wants to... I'd imagine a heel that he wants to see lose. He will put a curse on. But I'd stay away from doing it on this week's show. Just because you did it last week and it worked, and I think that I'd like to see him explore something else first. William said, here's a hoot. It would suck if you tried to curse someone and then accidentally curse yourself. Do you know, that's really funny, actually, because one of the things you could do, and I didn't think of this until Glock Ness just mentioned that, he could go to curse a heel, the heel could move out the way, and what if there was a mirror, and it comes back, and he's like, that could be good, wouldn't it? Where he's actually ended up cursing himself because of a mirror. So some of the stuff that like you could play around with, I think could be really interesting, could be really fun. But again, please don't burn it out. We know what WWE's like with just running stuff into the ground. Look at Zaruka splitting and how long all that took, and teasing it and doing it and people getting tired of it. And look at Judgment Day and teasing that and people getting tired of that. I just think if you're going to keep hammering the curse thing, like, people are probably going to get tired of it. I really like it. I think it's great. I think there's lots you can do with it, but space it out. Right, here we go. Here we go. Time for Raw, says Connor. They did a mirror thing on the Indies, said David. Oh, did they? They've already done that. I swear to you, I promise I did not know that. I've not really followed his career. I've only seen him in AEW, so I'm not sure what he's done, what he hasn't done. I think the mirror thing would still work, though, even if they've done it before, because I didn't know they had, so I think you could get away with doing it. Okay, we are underway then. Oh, we're in Seattle. Is that where we are? That building? Penta is going to be defending tonight. He's defending against the original El Grande. There is the gauntlet match. There's Io. She is keeping an eye on Asuka. There is the ruler, Oba Femi. He's going to be in action against Rusev. That is going to have to be a real battle, isn't it? I really don't. He should get the win or a double count out or something like this, but it should be like, you know, a no contest or the match never quite get going or something like that. He certainly shouldn't lose, Oba. Right, Brendan said, I don't know how much you follow talk shows and hosts, but apparently Conan O'Brien is the man behind the Danhausen personality. On his podcast, he was inspired to become a pro. Okay, I know Conan O'Brien. I've never really watched his show, but I know he was a late night guy. Didn't he used to write for The Simpsons, Conan O'Brien? And that's the person behind the Danhausen personality, is it? Interesting. Brenton, thank you. We're in Washington. Where in Washington are you, Jesus? Jess. Oh, right, I've read that completely wrong. I thought you was asking for Jesus, Tony. I thought you was in need of a savior. Where are you, Jesus? I'm in Washington right now. Where are you? I've been wondering where Jesus has been all throughout 2025 with the god-awful WWE creative. That was a really good start last week. That was a really good start. Heyman getting busted open. Bang, curb. Who was CM Punk on the phone to, says Connor. Don't know. Don't know if it's important. Okay. I don't know this venue. I'm sure we have been here before, but I don't recognise the name, or if that was the outside of the building, I certainly don't recognise it. Okay, we're in the ring with Adam Pearce. This could be interesting. Adam Pearce in the ring. Oh, unfortunate business. Seth, maybe? Yeah. Adam Pearce is calling out Seth Rollins. I know you're in the building because the Vision are in the building. Okay. Okay, there is a masked person that comes out. Face is covered. Obviously no idea if that is Seth. Yeah, there's others that have come out. There's... Oh my god, look at all of these! This is quite interesting presentation for Seth, actually. Fans are already chanting, holy... Is that one Seth? The one that came out and jumped onto the commentary table. Has just jumped off, got in the ring... Okay, I don't think we needed to do this bit. This is a bit like that magic trick when you've got cups and there's a ball that's hidden. I mean, that was unnecessary, wasn't it? What was the point in that? Because this one's revealed himself to be Seth anyway. What was the point in the magic ball trick? It was like, you don't know which one it is, you don't... But there he is. He's just revealed himself anyway. Okay. So we're starting off Raw with Adam Pearce speaking to Seth. I do like all the masked people being out there. I do like this sort of presentation. Not the Magic Cup thing. Okay. Okay, I suppose he's got to say that, hasn't he? Ooh. There's going to come a time where you don't get away. You've been getting away so far. As a man. Okay, Adam Pearce says they're going to get their hands on you. And when they do, it's going to be the end of Seth freaking Rollins. Okay, well, that's bringing out the vision now. Here's Logan. Logan and Theory. No sign of Heyman. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I mean, we have got... He doesn't look phased. There's a lot of people that are out there with him. Okay, Theory is heading to the ring. So is Logan. The masked people jump in the ring. Are they going to do the magic trick again? Go! Yeah! Woo! Which one is it? Oh, my God. They've left anyway! They've left anyway! Fans are chanting, Logan sucks. That is, that's confirmed. That's actually been confirmed. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight coming out now. So this is a pretty crazy open again, you know. LA Knight making his way down. LA Knight, yeah. Okay, Austin Theory and LA Knight are getting into it. Obviously, LA Knight was the driver of the ambulance. So, feels like... Is that a microphone that's attached to Logan? Yeah, Logan's got a microphone attached to him. Was he meant to show that, do you reckon? Looks a bit strange, doesn't it, having a microphone like taped to you? It's not the kind of thing we normally see. This is a glimpse behind the scenes. This is like WWE Unreal. Has he got rid of it now? Double super kicks. Clothesline, down he goes. No, he's still there. Still there. Okay, against the ropes, Logan gets tripped over. Vision outside the ring. What in the Danhausen was that? Are we playing a con man's game of find the queen on the street corner? That's exactly what we're doing. Exactly what we're doing. Logan sucks chance breaking out. I just hope WWE don't take that to mean like, oh, the fans are really into hating Logan. No, we just hate Logan. We're not into hating Logan. We just hate Logan. Okay, we're yeeting away. The Usos came down. It's not as good an open as last week, but it's going to be hard for it to reach that level. But still, definitely had some talking points. Definitely had some talking points. It looks a bit like Retribution. Yeah, I mean, it's still Jay's music that's being played. I mean, the lyrics are like, it's just me, Oos. It's all on me now. Main event Jay is in your city. I mean, if I'm Jimmy, I'm a bit down on that, to be honest. I'm here as well, you know. Main event Jay is in your city. The whole crowd wild, says Il Joshi. That opening was terrible, says Tyler. I think the idea of Seth kind of doing that thing is better than the execution of Seth doing that thing. Day one-ish. Day one-ish, just me. Daze, how are you? Hello, Edwards. Hope you're doing well. Why is the show on at midnight? Yeah, it caught me out. It caught a few out. It is the fact that the clock's changed in America. So as a result, it means that it's actually still the same time in America, but it's just earlier for us. Okay, LA Knight has backed away and has gone up that entranceway. I'm not sure as to where this is taking us. Looks like everyone's just left the ring. So, just talking about what Bronson has suffered, and doesn't sound good. Okay, coming up tonight, we got the Gauntlets. Just previewing, I'd imagine we'll go to our first match, which should be a match that they'll give some time to. Speaking of LA Knight, why is he being overlooked? Is he just not a Triple H guy? He's got to be AEW bound soon, says Brenton. Well, I think he's in a decent spot. I mean, I feel like he's kind of around being a world champion. I don't think the feeling is that his star power is as big as Punk or Roman or Randy or Cody, but he's someone that, you know, we could get to a world title within the next 12 months. I think he was brought in to be a mid-carder. He was brought in to do a job in the mid-card, to put others over, get into some feuds. No, he was not intended to be this level. So I think there has been a bit of, you know, is this sustainable? Do people really want this? Is it a flash in the pan? I think there's enough evidence now to show that the support is staying and is with him. What those numbers look like, though, don't have that data. I don't think it's anything like crazy. I think it's good. I think it's one of those where it's like, do you take a chance with him? You know, just like we did with Jay, just like we did with Damian. I feel like there's enough support where you'd go, yeah, he's worth that chance. But no, I don't think he was ever meant to be in that position. Okay, we got Jackie with the Usos. Jay was trying to get away again. Oh, anything about the comments that Punk made? No, maybe Jimmy's got something to say. Oh, perhaps they're going to go out and say something. Okay, well, it looks like those comments are going to have... Looks like they're going back to say so. They were about to leave, but Jackie's just sort of convinced them to stay. They were just about to go, but she's like, have you got nothing to say? Lyra is making way. Oh, wow, we're going to start with the gauntlet match. Well, this first match tends to get time. I just thought they were going to end with it. Okay, Lyra making her way down. Lyra making her way down to the ring. So she's got to start this gauntlet match. I'm imagining she will face Bayley at some point. That's good, actually, because it's going to take us straight into our poll. So at the moment, it's quite split. You lot have got EO, 39%, Bayley at 24%, Asuka at 22%. You only give others a 14% chance. So, whoa, if EO's going to do it, she's going to have to do it at number... She's going to have to do it at number 1. Okay. First, did he say first women's gauntlet match in over 4 years? Okay. Let's change this at the bottom. Gauntlet match coming up. Yes, once one match ends, the next immediately begins. Let's go. Bayley says, Metal Mama. Daze, WWE needs to do some more off-script stuff, like when LA Knight drove the ambulance back in the day. We would go with an ambulance, follow it up with stuff like that, and continue throughout the episodes. Yep. Daze, why have we stopped doing Unseens daily? I look forward to them, but they're not as often now. Well, they're a little bit tricky because on a Monday and on a Friday, we do the breakdowns of the episodes. They're really well received, and they obviously can be done immediately after the shows. By the time I've kind of finished doing those and tagging those, like, people are going to bed at that point. So it's kind of difficult to then kind of work on Unseen and upload Unseen. So on a Monday and a Friday, it's kind of hard to get Unseen up the same time as doing the breakdowns. So then they tend to be on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, we had a wrestling show. To be honest, weekend's just been a nightmare because of sort of having to look after the dog at the moment. So it's just a little bit of that being a bit of a problem, but... yeah, there have been a few changes. I got a few ideas on how to sort of get it back to being a daily thing. But I can't do anything until I sort out my issues. My personal issues. Where I'm having to look after the dog and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not getting, like, proper night sleeps either as a result. So, just a bit of a rubbish time at the moment. But that should be fixed this week. Okay, we've started off with Lyra and Io right now. David said, I hope we get a Naomi surprise entrant, and I hope she wins, says David. Okay, Io driving Lyra back. Over the other side, Lyra goes up. Against the ropes. Over the other side, Lyra... It's a shame because I feel like both of these women should make some good progression. AJ Lee realizes there's some danger regardless of whoever is going to win this thing. Fans are chanting, let's go, Io. Nice backflip there by Io. She takes Lyra down. Over against the ropes. Drop kick there by... Io. Io is looking to charge over, goes through that bottom rope. Lyra against the ropes, misses. Io gets back in the ring. Io goes over against the ropes. Io suicide dive, lands it. And I think that's going to take us EO chants. Is that going to take us to a commercial break? EO is climbing up. Lyra's up. Oh. Comes down and EO crashes into that top rope. Lyra goes through the ropes. Drop kick. Okay. I think that's probably taken us to commercial break. David said Paul was taken to General Hospital weekdays ABC. That could be a fun crossover. Imagine if he did actually go to General Hospital. Okay, do we think AJ is watching this match? Oh, definitely, Jeremy. Yes, definitely. Big Tony said, I've got a question. Will Miro get squashed tonight by Femi? No, I don't think he should get squashed in record time. This should be a proper battle tonight where, you know, it's a real challenge for Oba. But I don't think Oba should lose. I don't mind if it's going to be a double count out or something along those lines, but some way the match should result in either Oba getting the win, not via squash, or it being some sort of double count out, no contest, something along those lines. Maybe Rusev gets DQ'd. This definitely feels like a feud rather than just a one-off match. Lyra is working on the arm of EO, and she's twisting the fingers round. Lyra is in control. Grok said, Netflix has blocked me from using a VPN. Entirely, said Grog Vlogs. Really? Do you know, there's been reports, actually, that people have been struggling more and more as time has been going by with the VPNs. I think there is some sort of effort going on to try and crack down on it. So I don't think you're alone in that, to be honest. I think that there is an awareness that there's an issue there, and I think there has been some movement. I think there has been something done. So the good times that people were enjoying by using a VPN could be coming to an end. If you are using a VPN and it's working for you, put it in the chat. Let people know. Is there a certain VPN that works, or the VPNs that don't? Does it make any difference? Kick coming in there by EO. Lyra with a elbow drop. It's a little bit of a slow pace to this match. I mean, we are still at commercial break, to be honest. We should be back in about 20 odd seconds or so, and I'd imagine we'll get going very soon, as we got a forearm shot coming in there by EO. EO against the ropes. Big boot there by EO. Lyra, bang, gets driven down. We're about to come back just as they were starting to pick up the pace, just as EO was starting to get back into it. EO chants you can hear by the fans. Rhea is cheering on EO. She's just sent a message out a few minutes ago, so shot coming in there by Lyra. It'd be nice to see Bayley put a message out cheering on Lyra. She might have. I've not seen one. But Rhea is cheering on. Bang, kick coming in. Gotta think the other women in the gauntlet are watching. Okay, Lyra. Backbreaker. I use a free VPN. It's purple and it has a unicorn on it, says Cooper. Okay, EO charging over. Down goes Lyra. EO going up. Getting caught. Lyra coming over, grabbing the leg. BB Ipsy said, because I've been at work, I've fallen behind for about a month and a half. It's easy enough to pick back up, buds. Great thing about wrestling is they're constantly doing recaps and bringing you up to speed. People are watching shows for the first time all the time, or getting back into it. So Wrestling's very good at being able to step away, come back, pick it back up quite comfortably. So this is a gauntlet match. Winner is going to face AJ Lee for the Intercontinental Championship. They didn't. I've not heard them say that the winner of this faces AJ at Mania. I think it's going to be next week or the week after. Lyra flips over, lands on her feet. Step up Insecurity. Io goes back in the corner. Lyra. Ooh, still got it. She was struggling to get that tornado DDT, but she still got it. Io gets driven down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Io. WWE Creative Humor said, nothing says we want to eat up a load of time without having to write anything creative, quite like a gauntlet match. Gauntlet matches are really well received, though, to be honest. They are really well received. They are something that fans tend to get something out of. I mean, there might be some truth to what they've just said there, though, but... Okay, right now we got Lyra. Ooh, reversed by Io. Io stomps down on the midsection of Lyra. Io behind Lyra, looking to come in. Kick coming in. Lyra goes down. Io grabbing Lyra, dragging her to the middle, stepping over, going up. Here we go. Over the moonsault, incoming. And lands it. That should do it. 1, 2, 3. And it does it. Io gets past Lyra. I am shocked that we have not done a Lyra-Bayley interaction. Okay, here comes Raquel. Here comes Raquel. So Raquel is making her way down. It's going to be Io Raquel. Okay, Io with a drop kick. Raquel goes down. It's going to be really hard, actually. I mean, Raquel is legit, and the fans really were behind her at Elimination Chamber. This is clearly going to be a weakened Io after just battling Lyra for quite a considerable amount of time. How do you book a not fresh Io getting past someone the size of Raquel? Big clothesline there by Raquel. She has been red hot, which is going to make it really hard to have Io get past her. But, I mean, I've got Io winning this thing. Perhaps she doesn't. 1, 2. Io just gets the rope. Just gets to the rope. This is going to be an Io cardio test tonight, said Neil. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the fans were with Io. I'd imagine they're still with Io. Raquel has done a great job, though, of gaining respect in recent weeks. Io is on the outsides. Io looking to go up, and nope, no joy. Io charger. Ah, lovely work. Love that by Raquel. These are the kind of big power moves that she's really been bringing in recently, where she just grabs people and just chucks them. I mean, there's nothing technical or beautiful about that. She literally, it's just like a blooming football tackle. But, I mean, it looks good. It demonstrates her size, her strength, her power. Raquel on the outsides, going after Io. I think we've gone back to commercial break. Io has had her time. It's time for Raquel, said Spawny Boy. Ronnie said Bayley's cakes need to get the dub. Connor said that was epic. And Blake said she has been listening to Kevin Nash. Yeah, he's had some great advice for her. I mean, she's right when she says he's one of the best big men to ever do it. So, you know, if anyone's going to know what it's like to be a big guy in wrestling or a big person in wrestling and how to really get that across, it's going to be him. And I agree. I think there has been a positive shift. I think that whole interaction has been really positive for her. Her response to him last year was fantastic as well. Because she responded by saying, listen, if anyone knows what it's like to be a big person, a big, guy in this industry, it's Big Daddy Cool, it's Big Sexy, and I want to achieve that same sort of level of success that you did. So I really appreciate the constructive criticism. It was like so respectful that you're like, that's such a great response. Giving him his flowers, saying, listen, I know you know what you're on about. I want to learn. I want to listen. Like, just that wins a lot of respect from the fans. So I think it's things like that, and then seeing her improve her in-ring work as a result. Her turning up that aggression and, being that kind of big female in the division. That and imposing herself, that has just really started to win people over. And she looked good in the chamber. I like her having a pop at the ref as well. Io, though, I mean, she's still the person that I'd imagine the fans are going to be with. People love Io. It's all Raquel right now, though. She's firmly in control. She's got Io looking for that off the ropes. Lovely. Off the ropes, slams Io down, goes for the cover. No joy. Willow said, Kevin Nash often gets a lot of shiz, but he's often quite right. Yeah, I think sometimes, like, some of his comments can just be maybe not worded the best. He made some comments about Javon, didn't he? Which I just think I think the message I understood, but the wording was just, what people were focused on. Probably rightfully so. The wording I thought was very clumsy at best. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We're 34 minutes in. Brenton says, I know you don't watch AEW. I'm sure Triple T keeps you informed. I'm seeing that they're keeping their fans happier with WWE with pricing. Yeah. I mean, TKO obviously have bought WWE to try and make the most money out of it as they can. So, ticket prices going up, sponsorship going up. I don't think that was a great surprise when TKO took over. Same company that owns UFC, So they're all about trying to maximize their returns. So, but the thing is, that's understandable, and I don't want to say fine. I mean, it's not really fine, but I think it would be more palatable if the actual product was red hot. If the product was really good and it felt like value for money. Oh, Liver's come down. Is this gonna help Raquel or hinder Raquel? Liver's come down, but that's gonna bring down Stephanie now. So Stephanie comes running down. We got brawl, bang, kick coming in there by Stephanie. We got a brawl in the entranceway. Stephanie and Liv going at it right now. Big boot coming in there by Stephanie. These two, of course, on a collision course for WrestleMania. So, oh man, it's so hard. I want to watch both. I want to see what those women were doing in the entranceway, but we had to go back to the gauntlet because Io has just got past a distracted Raquel. I think Raquel's going to have a bit of an issue there with Liv and what went down. To be honest, though, she can only blame herself. She shouldn't have got so distracted. Big boot there by Raquel, driving Io to the outside. Io does get past Raquel, and I really like the way they did it. Raquel is big, strong, credible. It was going to need some sort of shenanigan, and that's exactly what they just served up. But shame we had to cut away from Liv and Stephanie. Kind of felt like Stephanie was about to hurl Liv into the LED boards in the entranceway. But Tahana Bomb on the edge of the ring. There's not going to be much of Io left for whoever's coming next. And we should be about to find out who comes out next. It's going to be Ivy Nile. To be honest, I would expect Io to get past Ivy, even in this current state. Ivy's going to try and capitalize. 1, 2. Oh, she got it! She got it! No way! I thought even Io in this state would still get past Ivy. Oh my God. She got it. I was adamant she was getting her shoulder up then. Absolutely adamant. Well, the gauntlet carries on. Io, I would say the favourite for this is out. It means now we got two fresh competitors. It's going to be Ivy and Bayley, and Bayley got distracted. Stupid. Wow. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked that Ivy came down, and I thought it was going to be one to kick out. Into the barricades. So, this gauntlet match has really just moved on considerably there. We just had loads go down with Liv coming out, Stephanie coming out, Io getting the win over Raquel. I think that's going to surprise a lot of people. Okay, so Ivy and Bayley are in the ring right now. Ivy and Bayley are in the ring. Ivy is Jack says, Mayor Pete. I mean, she is just running. She's not even got like any forward momentum. I think she's actually going in reverse. I mean, that loss to Maxine, I think was I think that hurt. I mean, we've got to do some work here to make her credible. It's why I was so adamant that even Io that was lifeless, I still thought was just going to get a shoulder up and just like hang in and then get back in and end up getting the win. Down goes Bayley. I can't believe that we're 40 days away from WrestleMania, says Connor. 40 days away. Yep. 40 odd days left to go. It's getting closer. WWE Creative Humor just said Io might have just given Ivy Nile her best match ever. It was all of like 5 seconds long. It was literally Ivy just rolling her over and getting the pin. Okay, so Ivy is in control after Bayley was distracted. Bayley was just checking on Io. Okay, we've had about 5 people come out in about 5 minutes. This is like a mini Royal Rumble. Okay, right now, Ivy has got a headlock in on Bayley. It's going to be Bayley Asuka as the final, says Connor. When Liv fights, Stephanie is going to come out and miss her chance of getting that title because of what she is doing. What goes around comes around, said Rosemary. It's AJ Lee, so Asuka is going to win, but Kyrie could cause her to lose the IC match, says David. Well, I feel like we can end this poll because one of the participants is already out. Bayley, Asuka still in, but Io was the favourite going into this. She was my favourite as well going into it. So we're back from commercial break. We're 40 odd minutes into the show. Going for the pin to kick out there by Bayley. Ivy is very much in control. Chinlock is in. She tells the ref to shut up. Let's go. Bayley is the champ from the fans. Ivy is taken over. Charging in. Back elbow there by Bayley. Bayley in the corner. Bayley trying to find a way of fighting back. She's coming back. She's getting back into it. Bayley is up on her feet, charges over, clothesline, down goes Ivy. Yeah, that was nice by Bayley. To the outside goes Ivy. Bayley, big knee to the side of the heads. Bayley very much getting back into this now. One, two, Bayley. No, 2 count. Both of these women have not been around, so they should have energy, says Ronnie. Come on, Asuka, says King Callum. Roll up there by Bayley. Kick out by Ivy. Jaylee said, I miss heel Bayley. Okay, right now, looking for a German. Ivy going for the cover and shoulder up. Come on, Pam, said Alex. Come on, Pam. I think Raquel is going to turn on Liv, said Dean. Okay, we got Bayley chants from the crowds. Ivy over in the corner. Back elbow coming in there by Bayley. I can't quite see what that sign says. My last Raw. I don't even know what that was from Bayley. She kind of jumped onto the back. She was trying for a suplex. I think she did end up getting it in the end. It just looked a little awkward. This match carrying on. Bayley throwing everything. Rose plant, can't get it. Bayley in the corner, charging in. Big boot there by Ivy. Becky said, I'm over the moon. Io has lost. Ha ha ha. See what I did there? Repulsive Raquel really blew it. So, Becky is watching on. Ivy has got a delayed vertical suplex. She's keeping Bayley upside down at the moment. Fans are appreciative. Cheering the show of strength here by Ivy. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Bayley. I mean, moments like that are going to help Ivy, but she's really low. She's really low in people's estimation at the moment. It's going to be a long road. Shot coming in there by Ivy. But the old Davy Boy delayed vertical suplex look good. Okay, right now, Ivy with a single leg drop kick. Bayley gets caught in the corner. Ivy is back in this match. Let's go, Bayley, said James. Neil said the crowd could have given a bit more there. Real John said, how would we feel about AJ Bayley next week? Well, I certainly wouldn't be down on it. I mean, it's a bit of a dream match, isn't it? Whether they should be giving us that on an episode of Raw, I'm not sure. I mean, that feels like, you know, Bayley's dream opponent, dream match, a match I'm not sure we ever thought we would see. It's going to be hard to be down on if we get it on Raw, but I think I'm probably looking at Asuka as being the opponent. Asuka coming in last and stealing it. Now that Io's out. Bayley is trying to get up, drop the elbow. I mean, the thing about Asuka is Asuka's a heel. And so that means that AJ will get the support of the fans. I think she would largely get the support anyway, but Io is loved, isn't she? So actually, from a booking point of view, it's probably not the craziest to go with a heel like Asuka in a match with AJ. to make sure the fans stay with AJ. Bayley to belly, connects, goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Bayley gets the win. Match was fine. So Bayley gets past Ivy. And now here comes Asuka. Okay, Asuka coming down with Kyrie. She passes the mask to Kyrie, passes the fan to Kyrie, passes the jacket to Kyrie. Kyrie's like, yep. She's having a word there. Bayley going through the ropes. Oh! Elbow to Asuka. Asuka goes down. Kyrie's going over. She wants to go over and check on Asuka. Kyrie is in between Bayley and Asuka. Asuka with a big kick. Bayley goes down. Kyrie is applauding away there. That was good by Kyrie was looking right at the camera. She was like, this is the winner, yeah. And in the background, Asuka's getting murked. So it was good. Good little moment there. That was a pretty fun way to bring Asuka in. So I think this is our last entrant, is it? So this feels like we have got pretty exciting match here. Asuka and Bayley definitely here for this. Okay, right now Asuka in control. Kyrie getting involved. Kyrie attacking Bayley from the outsides. Fans boo him as Asuka comes over. The two that I thought it would get down to, says Tony. I wouldn't have minded Ivy winning. It would have been a credible opponent for her to face AJ, even though she wouldn't have won. Kick coming in by Asuka. Kicks coming in there by Asuka. She's grabbing Bayley by the hair, throwing in these quick kicks. Pop, 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 pop. Shot coming in there by Asuka. Going for the cover. 2. Armbar by Asuka. Asuka very comfortable here. Very much in control. Kyrie on the outsides. Kyrie was saying Asuka, and I thought she was saying Asuka like she was cheering for Asuka, but actually what she was saying was to the ref, ask her, like ask Bayley if she wants to submit, but I thought she was just saying ask her. Ask her. But she was actually talking to the ref. Bayley trying to find a way back into this. Radiated Zombie said, I've missed 40 minutes. I didn't realise it had started early this week. It's going to have caught a few people off guard, to be honest. David said, Seth, Bees, Doinks, Conquistadors, or Machines. What are we saying? Like multiple people? Oh, I always enjoyed the Doinks. That was right in my just getting into wrestling stage. So Doink and Dink, I loved all of that. And then at Survivor Series with Wink and Pink and fun times. 1, 2, right, back from commercial break. Asuka gets the shoulder up. John said, did you like my flyer on X? John, shout out to you. If I liked it, then I liked it. There's a lot of stuff I've not seen on X, though. As I said, I am behind. Rolling through. She's going for a bit of a stretch muffler here at the moment, Asuka. Yeah, no, it's into an ankle lock instead. Asuka has got the hold in. Bayley is struggling. We are back from commercial break. I don't think they really want this match going into the next hour. I think they're probably going to want something else to take us from hour 1 to hour 2. Oh, that was a lovely transition there by Asuka into a pin. That was great. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Bayley is down. Another kick there by Asuka. Oh. Yeah, knee bar is in here by Bayley. Bayley with a knee bar. Asuka is down, and they're kind of rolling over, trying to get to the ropes. Looks like they're going to get there, and they do get there. And to the outside goes Asuka. Bayley goes to the outside. Bayley's going to go through the ropes like she does. Drop kick. Asuka goes down. Bayley hobbling. She's on one leg. She's trying to get Asuka up. Chuck her back in the ring. Kyrie on the outside. So, yeah, you could see Kyrie didn't know. Do I go? Do I grab the leg of Bayley? Kick coming in there by Asuka. Ah, big knee. Big knee by Asuka. Clothesline. Bayley against the ropes. Clothesline by Bayley. Asuka goes down. Bayley over against the ropes. Knee to the side of the heads. Going for the pin. And shoulder up. Shoulder up. I legit thought Bayley was going to go to AEW, says Tony. I don't know when her contract's up, to be honest. Definitely think there are some real frustrations there, though. Started at 8 p.m. like always. Daylight savings time. Yeah, it is the clock's changing that has just caught a few people out. Right now, forearm shot coming in there by Bayley. It's nice to have Raw on an hour earlier, said Stephen. Seth looks great in his new masked man. Port Vale have had Chelsea away in the cup. All the best of luck to them. Stephen, thank you. Asuka, 1, 2, Bayley, shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Bayley. Asuka with a kick. Bayley goes down again. Asuka having real trouble putting Bayley away here. Kyrie on the outside, head on her hands. She's cheering on Asuka. She is desperate. I really like that communicate. I really like her. Like, she is so desperate. Against the ropes goes Asuka for Asuka to get the win. I like the presentation of Kyrie. I think she knows that... Oh, no joy. Bayley to belly. She plants Asuka. Bayley to belly connects. Kick out by Asuka. Shots coming in there by Bayley. Asuka is down. Bayley is back in the corner, climbing up. Shot coming in. Bayley spills to the outsides. Kyrie grabbing Bayley. Kyrie. Oh, drop kick by Lyra. As Kyrie was just about to start laying into Bayley, Lyra comes down. Wow, is this going to shift momentum? Bayley, middle row. Oh, gets caught by Asuka. She's going for the Asuka lock. Bayley is in trouble. Bayley is in trouble. Bayley is down. Looks like Asuka might get the win. Great work by Bayley, though, to reverse out of it. She's going for a cover of her own. Rose plant connects. Bayley, 1, 2, and Bayley gets it. Wow. So they've gone with Bayley and AJ Lee. We're doing the big dream match on Raw. Thought they would save it, but they've gone big. Bayley, AJ Lee incoming. Well, Kyrie just hesitated on the outside. She had Bayley. Rather than just hit her, Lyra came to the rescue. Well, there we go. Bayley gets the win. Let's get the poll up. What do you think match score-wise? Thought there was loads of, there was loads of action that was in there. I mean, in a way, we just saw Bayley against Ivy. We just saw Bayley against Asuka. Io against Lyra. Asuka on the outside has got Kyrie. Seemingly by the throat again. And they have just managed to get out of this before we went to the next hour. It's interesting with Kyrie and Bayley. She didn't hit her, said Sally. Yeah, Kyrie is, I think, at her core, like a good person. She doesn't want to be doing the stuff that she's doing. And I think, that's the story, isn't it? That she's sort of being pressured into it by Asuka. There was just that hesitation there of like, oh, I don't want to. Would she have done it eventually? Probably, but Lyra coming down. Yeah, it was quite clever booking, to be honest. I missed the first hour. Why did it start early, said Simply Simon. You're not going to have been alone. Why was the IC title at ringside and not with AJ Lee? I don't know why AJ's probably only got so many appearances. So, I don't know why they had the belt there and not AJ. I don't think the belt necessarily needed to be there, to be honest. But I think AJ's probably contracted for only so many appearances, so that's why she wasn't there. But I don't know, they felt like they needed the belt. Right, we're just looking back at last week. Get your scores in for that match. We're just looking back at the main event last week. The comments made by Roman and Punk. Most notably Punk, of course. Roman saying, I'm going to put your punk ass on one of those John Cena retirement tours. There's no bloodline, there's no shield, there's no wise man. Well, it was a big line, controversial line. I don't know how people are going to feel about it. I don't know how people are going to react to CM Punk. CM Punk's live tonight, and we're going to find out how people are going to react to CM Punk. It was a big, big line. Jimmy and Jay have got something to say. Daze, what do we think is the best woman? Technically, I'm going to say Io or Charlotte. In WWE, could be Io. I think Asuka is in the running as well. I mean, to be honest, where the women are now with their training and knowledge is far ahead of where a lot of the women previously have been. So I think that Charlotte is a great performer as well. I feel like Io is not a bad shout. Globally, though, it would be Manami Toyota from Japan. She's got like something like 13 5-star match scores from Dave Meltzer, and was like so ahead of the game in the kind of early 90s that I think she is widely regarded for those that know wrestling as being the best ever female competitor, but never came into WWE. So yeah, I think those names you said are perfectly fine, very acceptable. I think I'd love to put Alondra in the conversation, but there was just not enough matches for her. So, you know, I actually watched one of her matches yesterday. I put on an old episode of Raw, and just happened to have Alondra against Bull Nakano on it. So I rewatched that last night. It was great. Here's Natty. Roman could bring up Colt Cabana. Punk would be fuming, said Jesse. Metal Mama said Pierce wasn't even held accountable by Seth for making his wife sick with the worst ever, and they're all saying it, stomach bug of all time. Said that's a really good point, actually. It's a really good point. It's as if he's got something else on his mind, but he shouldn't have anything else on his mind. We got Natty out there. Maxine, I hope you had a nice, comfortable hospital stay. Do you want to know why I attacked you? It's another good line. I spent years shaking my ass rather than making this division kiss it. I should have been part of that gauntlet match tonight. Okay, Maxine attacks from behind. Maxine attacks Natty from behind. Maxine being dragged away. Is this all during commercial break? Shot back. Yeah, I think it is. This is all back from commercial break. Wow, and we just go to Hall of Fame. I thought that we might come back and you might see these two brawling. But instead, we've cut to a Hall of Fame advert. Okay, let's show you what happened just a few moments ago. Okay, so they're just showing you a replay of what just went down. I need to go. I'm just an hour behind all of you, said Opala. It's going to have really caught quite a few people out, isn't it, this? Oh, here's Danhausen. Here we go. Oh, he tries to get the mask off of OG Americano. Vamos. Oh, he's cursed him. So we've done another curse. I mean, I don't think we were expecting OG El Grande to get the win over Penta anyway, but it's just going to keep that curse thing going, isn't it? I do worry about doing this so often, though. I think people love the curse thing. I think they're going to still keep loving it, but just don't want to use it all up too quickly. Here's Penta. R.I.P. Chad, says Jeremy. Okay, Penta against El Grande. Who was in the background? It looks... I mean, I don't know if it was Los Americanos. I mean, it looked like luchadors. Couldn't tell if it was like Dragon Lee, Rey Fenix, or if it was Los Americanos. Okay, Penta is making his way down to the ring. Penta's entrance is great, said Big Migs. See, it was Los Americanos, said Corey. Right. Okay, Penta yelling at someone in the crowd there, like in a fired up way. WWE Creative Humor says Danhausen just cursed Gable, but he can't be cursed because he's already been Shorty G. That's true, innit? There's not really much Danhausen can do to Chad Gable that's going to be any worse than being made to be Shorty G. Penta getting in. It looks like we got some pyro in the ring. There we go. That's a good shot with it like down, looking up. Yeah, it's a good entrance. WWE should give Danhausen his debut match, says Carl. He could always go back to being Shorty G. He could. Let's hope not. Okay, Penta is going to get a microphone, and it looks like he's going to say a few words first of all. Daze, the curse is the only thing Danhausen does. There's nothing else to him. WWE fans are going to find that out, says Michael. They need to get him somewhere else. It might have been his only thing outside of WWE, but it can't be his only thing in WWE. It's going to work, and it's going to work for a while, but they've got to get other stuff. Okay, Penta, just thanking all the fans. And he's thanking himself because he believes in himself as well. Penta represents all of those people that don't give up. Penta represents the fighters. So it's a fiery promo from Penta. Has that got a sticker on the back of that belt? Okay. Okay, speaking Spanish. Okay. Here's El Grande. The Wyatts are going to come out to take out the original El Grande. The Penta promo is fire, says Connor. Where was the subs? I was just thinking that it'd be hard to put subs on because he's sort of live doing it, isn't he? When we had the Stephanie and Liv thing, that was pre-record, and you could have added subs to that. I think it's hard to do live subs. I don't know. Is technology at the point where it can do quick live translations? Probably is, isn't it? Probably is at the point where you can do live quick translations. If they put up the subs, I was just thinking then, would it make it seem like it was all predetermined? Because they've done the subs ready. So I was like, yeah, maybe you can't do subs. Okay, this isn't the original. This is Ludwig. Okay, so he's trying to take this match away from So it looks like Ludwig El Grande is trying to take this opportunity away from OG El Grande. So is he... Well, the other El Grande should still be coming out, shouldn't he? He's still heading to the ring to have a match. I mean, he ain't going to have got lost. So where is the other El Grande? Chad was cursed. Yeah, but you're going to need to explain. He didn't disappear. I mean, he was making his way to the ring, so you're going to have to explain, like, obviously, what's happened to him. I'm sure there will be an explanation. Just thought the curse was going to result in him losing, like... I mean, I think it would have been... Okay, doesn't matter. Whatever. Penta El Grande. He was clearly attacked, says Tribal List. The Americanos were behind him. Yeah, but they didn't attack him, did they? They were just watching. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they did attack, but we didn't see that. It'll probably just get revealed after. I wonder why they didn't just have him come out and then have him lose. Perhaps this just makes it a bit more unpredictable because this Americano hasn't been cursed. I wonder if that's why they've done it. Chop coming in there by Penta. Chad got shot by the Wyatts again. He's obviously in the shadow realm now, said David, and it serves him right because he's a fraudhausen. He's a fraudhausen. Okay. Kick coming in there by Penta. Over the other side, against ropes goes Penta. Take over. Take over there by Penta. Kick coming in. I need to end the poll for our first match. So the gauntlet match. Let's see what you lot scored it. Gauntlet match. 48% great. 38% good. 10% all-time. 4% bad. It's got a great score. And I think it deserves that. There was a lot of action that was in it. And it's got great 58, so... Now we're in match number 2. This is El Grande against Penta. Shot coming in. Penta goes down. Kenton says, I hope WWE has got a plan for Asuka. I'm tired of seeing her lose all the time, especially since that unbeatable NXT days. Loving the story with Kyrie, but I'm worried they're going to mess this up. I hear you. I hear you. A lot of what they've done with Asuka on the main roster has been frustrating. Kind of always feels a bit like she's the bridesmaid, but she, you know, she's had title runs and she's obviously won the Rumble and, you know, she's won Money in the Bank. Like, they've given her achievements, but yeah, it's just always hard for her to be that dominant force that she was in NXT. I agree with that. There was a lot of hope when she kind of came out at the Rumble the other year as Kana. Like, do you remember when she changed her face paint? Before, she used to just have that line across. And then she started to have the face paint that she has now. And there was a lot of excitement around that. It felt like Kana had arrived. But we didn't really capitalize on that. So I hear what you're saying. I love Asuka. Big fan. Wouldn't hate her having like a really good heel run with a world title. And shot coming in there by El Grande. Cleveland Brown said, I hate to say it, but Asuka and Kyrie have just become comedy jobbers now. I love El Grande. It's crazy how the US loves OG El Grande more, says Tony. Steven said, I think Brock's Open Challenge will be Oba, or it could be Uncle Howdy. I'd love to see that for his last match. I wouldn't be expecting Howdy. I just don't think they've done the work with Howdy. I don't think they see Howdy as being worthy of that sort of spot. I think LA Knight was the rumor. Oba, there's a good chance. Oh, clothesline. So, yeah, I'd say there's a chance with Oba. LA Knight is still at the forefront of my mind because of what the dirt sheets have said. Penta goes down. I think Asuka will have a similar story to AJ. She'll go into next year's Hall of Fame, says Davids. Hopefully the rumors are true about Mania and that it'll have 16 matches, said Word Live Cena fan. Okay, right now we've got El Grande just posing by that Intercontinental Championship. He gets back over to the ring, getting in the ring. Liam said, do we think that Penta will ever get a world championship? Looks like they're trying to make a big start out of that entrance, but I got a feeling they only want him for the mid-card. Yeah, I mean, they want to obviously make as much progress with Mexico, Latin America as possible. Obviously, we've seen like the amount of Spanish that's being spoken on the show increase. And I think that, you know, Damian Priest was someone that they were looking at Latin America kind of making some progress with. Penta is quite an exciting option for them. Obviously, Dominic's an exciting option as well. He's made real progress in that part of the world. Certainly with the work he's been doing in AAA. So I don't think they're against it. I just think they're naturally building him, giving him this mid-card title run now. Kind of see where we get to. And I think the numbers will kind of dictate how far he goes. If he's going to get red hot, shift loads of merch, numbers are good. I don't know what the numbers are saying in Latin America and in Mexico for his segments, social media views, all that kind of stuff, merch sales. But they'll have those numbers. And I think the numbers will probably dictate if that's the direction that they want to go. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if when they first brought him in, they brought him in to be like mid-cards. But there's a chance. It's definitely a chance. He's got a great connection. It's been a great success. Fans are chanting for Penta right now. I don't know what they're doing with Damian. Priest said let him in. Well, I think they had plans for him to be at the world title. I think they thought that run was going to be a lot more successful than it was. I think they also thought that he'd be able to kind of stand on his own away from Judgment Day and get more support than he has enjoyed. I think the truth is that he's kind of broken away and it's just a bit flat. It's not really too much to Damian. That connection with the crowd is still not quite there. So they're having to try and find ways of sort of representing him. And, you know, right now they're looking at putting him in the tag division with R-Truth. Pace of this a little bit slow as we're at commercial break. Joshua said, I think they should turn LA Knight heel. Because think about it. Do we still care about him? Seth doesn't care about him. And I think it's going to be a shock of the night, said Joshua. Metal Mama said, I love Damian. Was live when he attacked Gunther. And it was so good. But it has just flopped, says Metal Mama. Big Time said, nothing against this match, but I'm really needing some WrestleMania builds because the opening segment didn't accomplish much. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, we have just done a long gauntlet match, which is to build for next week. I mean, I'm sure there could be some WrestleMania repercussions that do come out of it, but yeah, we've kind of built more to next week than we have to Mania so far. Coming in against the ropes goes Penta, Sling Blades. El Grande goes down. Asuka deserves a WrestleMania victory, says Kenton. Cobra said, can we see them doing mass versus mass? Maybe loser leaves with the American. Definitely. I think mass versus mass makes sense. Loser leaves you could do as well. Loser leaves AAA. But mass versus mass, because the whole identity thing is a big part of this story. You know, you've got the original El Grande, you've got an imposter. So it's a lot to do with identity, that actually mass versus mask and someone's identity being revealed makes a lot of sense. And actually, I don't think that this El Grande thing is brilliant for Chad, because I think Chad was over anyway before El Grande. But I do think this has worked wonders for Ludwig. You know, Ludwig Kaiser was struggling, but him as El Grande has been a success. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out by Penta. So if I was going to do mass versus mask, no doubt who you unmask. You unmask the OG El Grande. Keep going with this for Ludwig because it's working. And the OG El Grande, you know, Chad can go off and do something more credible. Go back to being Chad Gable, which was working well. He was just putting on banger matches. I mean, the only reason this started was because he had a lucha problem. He lost to Penta in Penta's debut, and what you might remember was a banger of a match. Penta in the corner, Ludwig charging in, super kick coming in. Metal Mama said, I love Ludwig, but Chad does need something else. It's just horrible. Garrett enjoying the match so far. Good. Penta on the shoulders. Death Valley driver there by El Grande and shoulder up. Ludwig will get unmasked. It's just how WWE thinks, said the champ. Wow. I honestly, trying to predict what WWE Creative is going to do is flipping close to impossible. Big chop coming in. AJ has commented. AJ Lee has commented. She says she's been waiting for this match since 2015. So she is very excited, very much looking forward to this one. 1, 2. Penta gets it. The Destroyer gets it. Okay. Penta gets the win. So Penta celebrates. We should find out what happened to OGL Grande. I agree. I'm sure it's Los Americanos, but... Okay, so we've got this better. We've got Spanish for Stephanie, but we can see the English subtitles. What bothers me about you is your stupid laugh. You've got all the tools to be great, but you're too ignorant to use them. You stand behind a trashy man. A trashy man. Send your friends to do your work. Those mud huts made me who I am. I was forged in hell. I was forged in fire. We both took different roads to get here. But I've got the skill to be here. You've become lazy. I can see more. I don't really get the story of this. I can see more in you than you can see in yourself. You see yourself as a cheap blonde? I'm not sure she does. I don't really buy that. I'm not totally sold on the story, but it's a good promo all the same. Okay, Liv says we're going to get her back. Here's Dom. Dom's upset about Finn. Dom's got something that he wants to get off his chest. Well, this could be good. This could be interesting. This could be progress. This could be progress. Right, get your thoughts in for that last match. We just did our second match, and we've got a Dirty Dom segment coming up. Right. Please make this the end of Judgment Day, said Alex. Okay. All right, Danhausen. Is this during commercial break? This is during commercial break. Danhausen's coming out, and it's during commercial break. So I don't know if he is just making his way down to the ring for a segment that's going to be shown next, or if this is going to be just like a commercial segment. Danhausen is making his way down to the ring. Danhausen in the ring. Danhausen's in the ring and he wants a microphone. We are at commercial break. It's a warm reaction for Danhausen. Certainly a lot better than Elimination Chamber. There we go. Crowd are getting more into it now. Hello, Seattlehausen, he says. He's thanking the Fanhausens. T-shirt boy. Oh, he's going to give out some shirts. That is true, actually. He just chucked like a load of them in one go. And okay, so was that just like a commercial spot? Lights out and I'm guessing he'll be gone, will he? Okay, well, there he is running away. Was we meant to see that bit? Was we meant to see him running away? They just kind of momentarily put the lights on and he's there pegging it up the entrance. That was the funniest part of it. And I'm not even sure if we were meant to see that. Oh my God. That was so good. The running away bit really made that segment. Really made that segment. And I don't even know if that was a botch or not. Just momentarily cut to him just running his way up the edge. To be honest, I'm totally down for that sort of thing. Totally down for him kind of like coming out and acting, you know, acting like he's all magical and everything and he can do curses and then you just sort of see through the effect. Okay, looks like we got Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. Dom coming out with... if it comes up, put it in unseen. We didn't get to see it here. Most of it was not that good, to be honest. It was just him thanking the Fanhausens and chucking some shirts out to the crowds. But it's the bit at the end where the lights go out. And then they just quickly come back on again. Just as you can see him running up the entranceway, like trying to run away to do his, oh, he's disappeared again type thing. Dominic's in the ring. Okay, let's see what Dirty Dom's got to say. I'm sure he's got plenty that he needs to say. He's pretty angry. Very angry, very evil. Loud boos. Pretty good heat here for Dirty Dom. I should be your champ right now. Instead, Penta is walking around with my title. And we all know whose fault it is. Finn is saying it's Finn's fault. He said he wanted to do it privately. Oh, Balor's coming out, though. Balor is there. Balor's coming out. So Balor's coming out with JD. I thought Dom would blame Danhausen. Finn making his way down to the ring. Liv is standing behind Dom. This could be a big segment. Could be a big segment. Could be another cop-out. Okay, Finn is in there. He's just got his hand like, calm down, calm down. Where have you been, says Dom. I hope you're here to tell me you got me a rematch. Are you done? Are you finished? I'm sorry. You're right. If it wasn't for me, you would still be Intercontinental Champion. Finn says he was trying to teach Dom a lesson. Finn says sometimes you got to fight your own battles if you want to be the greatest Mysterio of all time. People are wondering if this is going to be it. Maybe your dad was right. Oof. Maybe your dad was right. The more I try to lead you. Whoa! Well, that had a little bit of fire to it. Finn gets pushed by Dom. This could be it. This could finally be it. How is Finn gonna respond? Bar with a Pele kick! That's how he responds! Pele kick by Finn. Dom goes down. Right now, he's grabbing Dom. JD grabs Finn. Okay, are they going to try and get calmer heads to prevail? I don't think so. I think this has exploded. Look, Dom's coming over. There we go. Sling blades. Sling blade by Balor. Liv is in the corner. I thought Liv was going... Oh! Clothesline by JD. Clothesline by JD. I thought Liv was going to jump on Finn's back. I wasn't expecting JD. And now Liv jumps on Finn. Starts throwing in some shots. JD has picked his side. There's no way back from this. There's no way back from this. Balor's getting marked. He's getting mugged. We pulled the trigger. It only took about 10 years, but we have pulled the trigger. Right now, Dom getting a chair. Bringing a chair into the ring. JD, Liv, Raquel, they've all been wailing away on Balor. Balor, though, trying to fight back. Oh, big shot there by Dom. With the bell hammer. I didn't even see it had the bell hammer. That was the bell hammer. Finn Balor out cold. Wow, we finally did it. It's a big, big moment. Yeah, Balor's out cold. He just got absolutely nailed with that bell hammer. Fans are chanting, Dom, you suck. This could be a real exciting feud. This could be a real exciting feud. So they're continuing to beat him down there, holding him, dragging him over. Dirty Dom. I mean, this for me is the big moment of the show so far. This is the thumbnail. Frog splash by Mysterio. Lands on Balor. I think the split was, I mean, I would say it was done well. I mean, it was dragged out, but when the moment came, it was done well. I like the JD bit. JD driving a chair into the midsection of Finn Balor is continuing to throw shots in. Dominic is up top. Dominic's going to look to splash down. Yeah, we got referees coming down. Splash coming in there by Dirty Dom. Booze ringing out. Moment of the night, says Connor. I agree. Loud boos coming from the fans. Excellent. Excellent. That was incredible, said Tony. That was overdue, said Alex. Yeah, really, really good, though. I mean, I think this show really needed that moment. The gauntlet match was fun and got a good score from you guys. That second match getting good 95, but we needed something that was OMG. We've just managed to get it from that segment right there. The split has happened. We've finally done it. Tell your friends, tell the family. Finn Balor is out of Judgment Day. Balor is slowly getting back up to his feet. I don't know if this is during commercial break or not, but Judgment Day have left. Balor has been murked. And we're in a different world now, aren't we? We're in a different world now. We're in a world where Finn Balor can be a babyface and go off on his own. And yes. Pelvis said, Demon Finn incoming. Demon Finn. Oh, God, please don't mess this up. WWE, you have got such a fantastic records of messing things up. Be it the Wyatt Six, be it title reigns, be it John Cena's heel run, be it the Vision. You honestly, you gold standard when it comes to messing things up. Please do not mess this up. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. We've been waiting for Finn to kind of break out of Judgment Day and get that run. You know, I'd love to see Balor like go on a run, have a good summer, get himself in the mix. Balor winning King of the Ring. Imagine Balor winning King of the Ring. I'd be down for that. Maybe Balor Oba final for King of the Ring. There's lots of options. That's very exciting. It's definitely the right call. Yeah. Here, look, we've got this. Babyface Balor. Breaking the shackles. Breaking out of the shackles that are Judgment Day. I agree. I agree. That's how it feels. That feels like a really good development. Finn needs a title run, said Jacob. Why did no one come out to help Finn? Who would help him? What friends has he got? I mean, he's just been in Judgment Day for years, like murking people, so. There's another celebration. Babyface Balor is official. I would give that a great, said, oh yeah, I suppose we could rate it, couldn't we? Judgment Day segment. Oh, really good. We needed it. We got it. They're just showing a replay of it. Oh, Pele. I flipping love the Pele kick. And Balor does the Pele kick so good. I didn't even notice he'd walloped him with that ring bell. (2022 to 2026). We're looking at over 3 years for Balor and Judgment Day. Oh. Over 3 years. Okay, we're backstage with the young OG. Keep it bouncy. Okay, we've got Grayson, we got Kofi. Big Mig said Finn will cost Dominic that AAA title this weekend. That's going to lead to Demon Finn, Dirty Dom at WrestleMania. Thank you, Danhausen, said Big Migs. Well, that's true. It probably does add a little extra spice to this weekend, doesn't it? Because Dirty Dom's got a big match. Kofi just having a few words here with the young OG saying, I was that kid that you are. You've got to have the right team around you. Are they looking to recruit him for New Day? I know you've got dreams. Asuka and Kyrie in the backgrounds.
I'm backstage with Bayley and Lyra Valkyria. Bayley, congratulations. I am so happy for you. You are officially the #1 contender to the Intercontinental Championship after winning tonight's gauntlet match. This is a huge opportunity, and it's happening next week for you. I am pumped.
Okay, Bayley's excited. She's got her opportunity next week against AJ Lee. Okay, Lyra saying to Bayley, you should be the next one. Bayley said it'll be an honor next week. Okay, so Bayley said, I love you, AJ, but when I get that championship, maybe we can run it back. Bayley could get that, you know. We don't need Becky AJ to be about that belt. Here is Oba. Who? Here we go then. Oba making his way down. It's going to be Oba against Rusev. This is a big match that we've been looking forward to. Fans are chanting Oba. 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 Metal Mama said, get up and exercise, fellow boomers. It's time for our Oba walk-a-size. It is. It's the most exercise I get in the week. Oba. The aura is real. The hype is real. Oba Rusev next. Game over for Oba, asks Lone Star Friends. I think he gets past Rusev. Right. That walks cheesy, says Raylan. Just popping in to send some love, says Mitchell. Mitchell, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Okay, we need to end the poll so that we don't get confused. Judgment Day splits. Ooh, a little lower than I thought, actually, but still performing very, very well. I mean, I knew people enjoyed it. Didn't know quite what level. And it's actually come out as great. Well, to be honest, it's still great 80. Still great 80. That's still really, really high. Okay. So we are back from commercial break. They're just showing a WrestleMania ads. It's the women's one. It's going to be on 2 hours. Raw is just flying by. Raw is absolutely flying by right now. That last segment really did its job. I'm back in the saddle again. Right, I think the women's US title needs an open challenge, and we could use that to move some Raw women open to rebuild that division, said Phoenix. Big Time said, Daze, if that opening segment delivered, I would have said this was another straight solid show. Well, I think that there's still time. I mean, if it can have a good... I mean, I think this match will deliver. I think this will be a banger. And then I think we're going to have Usos confronting CM Punk. So I think that the gauntlet was good. Open was... It was all right. I wasn't crazy about it. I don't think it was a disaster. I wasn't crazy about it. El Grande Penta... that JD split was brilliant. Hopefully this is going to be brilliant. Hopefully our end is going to be really good. I think we can still be looking at a really good score here. I don't think the lows are that low. I think the high of the Judgment Day thing is pretty high. But let's have a look. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it shakes out. The women's gauntlet was beep, but the rest of the show has been good. SmackDown is lacking this level of entertainment, says Asgard's. I do agree, this is well above SmackDown. Okay, Oba Rusev. Ampy Ballin said after this we've got Punk and Usos. Yeah, that could be an interesting exchange. Don't know quite how you play that one out. It's going to be interesting to see how they've booked that. Oba is standing in the ring then, staring over at Rusev. He's just looking Rusev up and down at the moment. Bella sounded. Rusev and Oba are face to face, staring at each other, fans. Right behind Oba, as you would imagine. We've got Oba chants. Oba. Rusev charges in. They both collide into each other. So these two just throw in like lariats and shots at each other. They're standing and exchanging. Shots in the midsection. Actually, Rusev looking good in the early exchanges. Goes hard into the other side, though. Reversal by Oba. Oba collides into him. Against the ropes goes Rusev. Big boot there by Oba. Closing over. Big clothesline to the outsides. Yeah, Oba on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Rusev goes into those ring steps. I love watching the big men wrestle with their big arms, said Jason. Well, both of these guys definitely have got big arms. Big boot coming in. Shot off. Another big shot coming in there by Rusev. Femi has got Rusev trying to drive him into the corner. We're fighting on the outsides. He's going to charge in. Big kick into Oba, right against the commentary table. Oba, though, rolls back in the ring. Oba back in the ring. Oba on his feet. Rusev comes in. Clothesline. Kick coming in there by Rusev. And again. Rusev. Gets caught by Oba. Rusev lands on his feet. Mashka kick. He is having trouble here, isn't he? He is having big trouble. Oba Femi colliding into Rusev. He's looking to pick him up. Oh my God, Oba throws Rusev. Blumming out. Right now, he's going for the finish. He's going for the big sit-down powerbomb. He gets it. 1, 2. Oba beats Rusev clean. Wow, I mean, it was much more of a battle. Much more of a battle than what we've seen. But it's still a win for Oba. Yeah, look at that. Big uppercut. Look at the throw as well. Look at the throw. I mean, the power to get Rusev up and then to hurl him. The fall from grace, the sit-down powerbomb. Gets it for the ruler. Wow. I honestly thought they were going to do a double count out or something along those lines and just kind of stretch this out, because how do you follow up like the Rusev? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe he beats Rusev this week because next week he steps up to Brock. We know that next week is Brock's Open Challenge. So perhaps that is the plan. Perhaps the plan is that we show that he can quite comfortably get past Rusev because next week he steps up to the beast. And maybe that's the strategy. The Bringer of War is what they're calling Oba Femi. The Bringer of War. Brock is back next week. Not the biggest fan of this Raw so far, though, says Mitchell. I'm the bringer of snacks, says Corey. I'm the snack man. Skibbity-biddy, snack man jump. Snack man jump. Okay, next week. Wow. AJ, Bayley. I mean, that screams PLE, but instead they're trying to keep the good times going on Raw. It's going to be Americano next week. Did they announce as to what happened to Chad Gable Americano? Roman Reigns is live next week as well. Roman on the show next week. Okay, big cheer. Big cheer for CM Punk. I wasn't expecting loud boos or anything, but gotta tell you, there was some controversy around those comments last week. I was interested to hear how the fans were going to react. But they're still loud. They're still with him. CM Punk comes out, arms outstretched. There's a lot of love for Roman. Roman's a very, very popular superstar. Saying the kind of thing that he said to Roman. You never know how fans are going to take those things. Okay, Punk in the entranceway. How long we got? We got plenty of time for this segment, you know. Plenty of time for this segment. It's clobbering time. Da-na-na. Okay, just been setting up the breakdown, so the breakdown stream is now ready. Lovely. Is Roman going to show up? Showing up next week. He's not here this week. Next week. Right. Okay, CM Punk then is in the ring. I'm at the Manhattan Center with Vince on commentary watching Bulldog Double J. Raw can wait, said AB. Oh, I'd love to be at the Manhattan Center. CM Punk. In the ring. Let's change this over. CM Punk. Roman said that Dusty was going to be more proud of him than Cody, says Mike. Michael said, I state fair, I'm not paying Netflix for Raw, so I'm not going to vote on matches. I just like the older stuff, says Michael. Okay, Punk just going over to the fans. So we are at commercial break. This is going to be a very interesting segment when we get back. Obviously, we were expecting the Usos. We've also got a fair bit of time as well. Can't wait for Roman to make a Larry joke, Punk get mad, and then leave the company, says Mitchell. Are the Bloodline going to reunite soon? Well, I don't know that they're going to necessarily reunite. Certainly not for anything long term. Because they're family, they could always kind of come back together for a one-off type thing. When was the last time someone landed a verbal jab at Roman, says Corey. Okay, we're back from this commercial break. Cole once laughed at the fact JR and Jerry Lawler called the Raw action near the entrance at WrestleMania 19, says Davids. Noob Clown said, what do we think about WrestleMania 42? In my opinion, I think I might stop. I think it's looking okay. I think some of the issues of 2025 are... It's a wild graphic, isn't it? Some like post-apocalyptic thing. Some of the messaging around this Vegas is really strange to me. Yeah, I mean, I think people are pretty excited for Roman against CM Punk. I think Liv Stephanie seems fine. Cody Randy, obviously, dividing opinion. Becky AJ, we kind of already had it, but not down on seeing AJ at WrestleMania again. If they're gonna add Oba Brock, that's gonna be a big announcement. That'll be one that'll get people really excited. Rhea Jade, people like Rhea. Not sure how they feel about Jade. Okay, CM Punk. How about them Seahawks? We go to a local crowd. Cheap. There's a few boos. Oh, no. Seahawks champ breaks out. I thought you lot were going to be mad at me. I did wonder as well, actually, CM Punk. He's just going to explain that line, I think, now. Roman's never respected me, not once in his career. That does prompt an OTC chant. That does prompt an OTC chant. He jokes about the fact he's not there. Punk taking his time. Don't hold your breath. He might show. I'm going to force him to respect me. This belt was created because Roman refused to defend his titles. He shunned his responsibilities. So Punk's saying, when you go on the mic with me, you've got to show up. I mean, I think that's a fair comment, to be honest. I lowered myself to Roman's level last week. Well, this is interesting, right? So he's saying, when you go on toe-to-toe with me, you better show up. But unfortunately, I did lower myself to Roman's level last week. Usos are coming out. Jimmy and Jay make their way down. Exercise alert. Get up. Yeet, says Metal Mama. Oh, I'm still knackered from the walker size earlier. I can't be doing too much. My doctor said I can't be doing too much. You know, it's not good for my heart. To be honest, even Jay's not yeeting. Perhaps the doctor told him the same. Okay, they're not happy at all. Jay is pacing. We need you to apologize. Apologize. Why is Roman still sending his cousins out here? Jay is the hothead. Jimmy is the cool-headed one right now. You better talk to him. Phil? Do you know what, Phil? I got a whole lot of respect for you. Jimmy saying he respects him. He goes through obstacles. You say you're the voice of the voiceless. You disrespected our late uncle who has no voice. Okay, so Jimmy is demanding an apology. Jay is demanding an apology. You disrespected our uncle who has no voice. You're the voice of the voiceless. Yeah. Oh, is he going to double down? I'm worried where this is going. He's saying to the Usos, do you think he can hear us, referring to Seeker? Hell of a learning tree. Hmm. Okay. Punk showing some love. Everyone in your family has shown me respect. Except Roman, I think he's saying. Wow. Wow. So he doesn't really apologize for the line. It's just like, I think Sika can see the same things I can see. Okay, this is really interesting. Feels like it's building, doesn't it? To Summer. Is he going to say he's sorry? Jay's been hot, man. Jay's been real hot. I don't know what he's going to do if he doesn't say it. Even the fans are chanting, say you're sorry. This is hard, man. What does Punk say? I'm sorry. I don't think he's sorry for the reason they think. Yeah. 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 I'm sorry Roman treated you the way he treated you. It's really good. So Punk goes back to that line about how Roman's a part-timer. Oh, it's going to break down. Tensions were high, man. It was building to it. There's a shot there. I think it's from Jimmy. It had been building and building. It was too heated. It was going to lead to Summer. It looks like the Usos feel like they've sent the message they needed to. I think Punk feels like he said what he needed to. As they back away. It's all good. There we go. They back away, and that might be the end. I mean, look. I think the way that WWE Creative have dealt with that has actually been brilliant. I'm very, very critical of WWE Creative, but I'm going to give them praise here because what they've done is they've had Punk say a line that was very controversial. And then what we've done is not just ignore the fact it was controversial, just carry on. We've actually explored the same thing that the fans have been exploring throughout the week on social media. It's been lots of conversations about did he go too far? You know, people saying, well, Roman has said things similar about Dusty in the past. And there's been all this kind of conversation. So I think what was really good is that we actually this week explored that in the ring. You know, Uso's saying, you know, Sika can't say anything back when you referenced him. So we need an apology. We've got a lot of respect for you, just so you know where we stand. But I need an apology. And it's hard, isn't it? I mean, Punk doesn't want to lose face by apologizing. And he's got some really good points to make. Like, well, Roman didn't have to apologize when he said what he said about Dusty. Plus, I love your family because, you know, I know Afa, I know Samu, and, you know, he made all these really good points. But he didn't apologize. He couldn't bring himself to apologize. I think, you know, in his mind, he's got no time for Roman. It's gloves off. I'm going to say what I need to say. And if it's got under Roman's skin the same way it's got under your skin, well, that's, you know, that's the kind of reaction I was looking for. I'm not going to apologize for getting the reaction I was looking for. So I think it's really good that we explored that. And you didn't quite know what was going to get said. You didn't quite know how it was going to play out. It did need some once again at the end to kind of stick the landing. And this time it was not a vocal thing. It was not a line. It was a shot from one of the Usos. And I don't know, you know, it maybe raises some questions now. Are the Usos back with Roman, all that kind of stuff? I don't think so. I think that they're with him. There's not really a need for them to be involved in this unless Punk is going to keep running his mouth and he's going to keep them involved. It's going to be interesting to see what Roman's got to say next week. Obviously, Roman still needs to have his response to this. So that'll be kind of interesting. I feel like the Usos have probably got it off their chest now, you know. It's honor, isn't it, to stand up for your family. They've done that. They can go back to the family with their heads held high, you know. These comments were made. We dealt with it. I think for me, it kind of, that's them done now, really. I think this was a bit of a filler week. It was good. I'm not saying it was bad. It was still good. But, you know, next week we know Roman's back, so. Do we think that Roman will probably talk about Larry next week? I hope not. I think it's so cheap. I don't think it's clever. I think that it's just cheap. I mean, I think that we've done that controversial line and we've kind of explored that. I think that for me, Roman, after having 2 weeks to think about it, if he comes back with a line that most people had thought of 5 seconds after the line had been said to Roman, you know, oh, he said that about his dead dad, he should come back with a line about the dead pet. For me, I mean, if anyone's given this any thought and they've thought about that Larry line, it's not going to be as shocking as the first, because we know that he's got that as an option. It's like, it just feels a bit cheap. Feels like we're just descending down. Punk said that he was a bit worried about how the crowd were going to react because of the reaction to that line. I just feel like we don't need to sink to that level. This doesn't need to be who can outgross each other the best with like the cheapest line possible, you know. I don't see that Larry line as a witty line. I don't see that line as being something like, wow, well done. That's an amazing line. I mean, I feel like most people have thought about it now. And when Roman comes back like next week, my honest reaction would be, really, you wanna keep things at that level, and you've had 2 weeks to think of a really good line, and that's the best you could come up with. Something most people have thought about already. Like, I don't see it as clever. Don't see it as witty. I see it as lowest common denominator. I don't think it paints Roman in a great light. I can't say it's not going to happen. There's a big difference between would you do it and are they going to do it. So I can't say if they're going to do it or not. But I know where I would be on it. I would strongly stand against Roman doing that line next week. I do not think that's the right way forward at all. Roman's just at home with a cigar right now. Lighting one up for Larry. I think if Roman goes low, it goes to make AJ Lee a widow, said Phoenix. I mean, I'll be really interested to see what Roman does next week. It's going to be very interesting to see what he's going to come back with. I hope that he kind of comes back with something quite witty or shifts the narrative away from just taking shots at each other, you know? it depends where you want this story to go, really. It depends what the future looks like for Roman. I suppose if you're booking this, it's quite hard because it's hard for us because we don't know quite where we're going after. I don't know what Punk does after Mania. I don't know what Roman does after Mania. Triple H does. Triple H will have an idea. So, you know, there are ways that you can bring in where this story is going. You can sort of bring that into this promo now if you know where you're heading. This is what Heyman was saying. He was like, if you know where you're heading for WrestleMania 43, it really helps book in 42. And I think the same is true here. If you know where you're going after Mania, you can sort of... I mean, for example, if Roman's turning heel, not that he is, but if he was, you could go lowest common denominator. You could do the Larry line. The reason why I wouldn't do it is because I just think it's not very witty. I think it's a bit classless. I think everyone's thought about it. But actually, if you want to start putting some seeds in for Roman turning, you know, you could start to actually bring those in now. So it is a bit tricky when you don't know where you're heading. And so you don't know quite what they want to achieve other than just hyping up WrestleMania. But that's why next week could be very interesting to see what Roman brings. See what he's had a couple of weeks to think about it. See what he's going to bring to the table. Punk turning heel would be like a DX vibe, said Conrad. Maybe Punk does go heel. Logan and Punk with Logan. Paul would be good stuff, says Conrad. Interesting. Roman's character has turned to shiz ever since Triple H took over, and it's on purpose. It's quite obvious that Triple H is destroying Roman's career. King Notorious said Roman doesn't need to do anything other than just claim that CM Punk can't be trusted. That was quite good. Yeah, I mean, could be a good video, that. Like, where would you go next with this? That was our match score. I put match score, but I think I meant promo score. So you can vote for what you thought about the CM Punk promo segment. Does it score higher than the Judgment? I think the Judgment Day split is still my favourite part of the week. Roman has said stuff and worse about Dusty and others. Punk saying that it was low, but it's nothing Roman hasn't said. Yeah, that's true, but the difference is that when Roman said it, he was a heel. You know, Punk is saying it as a babyface, which is a little bit trickier to pull off. I mean, when Roman says it, we weren't surprised. He was the heel that Cody was trying to overcome, you know? That was at a time where Roman had a wise man and a bloodline and was doing whatever to keep the belt, cheating in matches. I don't think anyone was surprised that Roman referenced Dusty and went to those levels. Roman's excuse for that is that, yeah, it was wrong and I'm a different person now. You know, I'm not in the same headspace that I was when I made those comments. I had a bloodline. I had a championship. I was a tribal chief. I had an Ula Fala. I had a wise man. I'm not in that space now. I think that would be Roman's reasoning, yeah, for making the comments that he made. It's a lot harder for CM Punk to kind of walk back his comments because he's a babyface right now. He enjoys the support of the crowds. Even the crowds were chanting, "Say you're sorry," at the end. They seemed to be looking for the apology. I think the crowd actually wanted Punk and the Usos to sort of make up. I think the reason why they were chanting, say you're sorry, was because they were looking for the hug. They were looking for the embrace. They were looking for all the baby faces to get back on the same page. They were okay. They didn't boo him when he didn't give the apology that they were expecting. I think the fans were just enjoying following the narrative, following where it was all going. But yeah, even they were like looking for the apology and looking for, you know, let's all get on the same page type thing, you know. It was good. It was interesting. It was very engaging. I think it's definitely a box ticked. I don't think it's going to be quite as received as well as last week. But I do think that it was still a very good segment. Very good. And we get to look forward to see what Roman's going to say next week in response. Phoenix said Roman really hasn't acknowledged that change. Punk is right. Roman never apologized. Well, that is true, but Roman's not around all the time, is he? So I suppose his actions are more an apology more so than words. I mean, when he came back, he teamed up with Jay to take on the Vision. And so, you know, him being there, working with them side by side, and all of that, like, I think that is meant to be, you know, we move forward, families fight type thing. It's good because if you're on Punk's side, you can sort of see what he's saying, and you can go, I agree with Punk. But if you're on Roman's side, you can sort of go, well, the comments he made were at a time where he was in a different headspace. He's come back and, you know, he's been trying to do the right thing. He's been trying to take down the Vision. He teamed up with Jay at SummerSlam, you know, to try and bring the Vision down. And, you know, actions speak louder than words. We didn't need, like, a big apology segment, particularly. Maybe the Usos feel like they need that. They've never asked for that. So, I mean, they've never come out and said they need it. We know that families fight. I'm sure you've fought with your families. So you can sort of go, yeah, that's fine, you know? However that family want to deal with their family issues is up to that family. So, no, I'm with Roman. There's not really a reason to not be with Roman. But equally, if you're with Punk, you could see where he's coming from. So it's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. You can pick your side. I haven't really picked a side, to be honest. I'm not really on either side. I'm sort of like just watching. I'm down the middle. I'll be interested to see what Roman comes back with next week. My favourite 3 best moments of Raw was Seth, Mystery Person, Judgment Day, and the Punk segment, says Connor. Big Time said the Raw definitely felt like a show with some storyline development rather than just match quality. I'm at about a 7 with the Judgment Day and the Gauntlet. Yeah. I've seen a spoiler for Raw next week, says AJ. Okay. AB said, my honest take is that Judgment Day turned on itself. Finn bailed. The Gauntlet match, number 29, a main event that didn't move the needle. A whole lot of yap. I'm thinking a 5, says AB. Oh, seems like we could get really interesting opinions, couldn't we? TJF said, who gives an F about Rusty Reigns? It's Balor being free that matters. Well, I agree with that. That was my favourite part of tonight. Balor breaking out was definitely my favourite part. So, yeah. Okay, I think we need to wrap things up because we got to do our breakdown and kind of get all of them thoughts into a little something. Into a breakdown. I was just distracted because Damien said sucks, doesn't it? Referring to Balor being turned on. Livers responded, well, you would know. You would know. Okay, excellent. Yeah, good. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something from it. We're going to be back in a moment with our breakdown video. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, of course, with NXT. We're coming out of Vengeance Day, so hopefully we're going to have a really good NXT episode tomorrow. Obviously, Friday is going to be spicy. We got the fallout of Cody being champion. It's going to be really interesting when Cody comes out, see what the reaction's like for him on Friday. We're building towards AAA as well this weekend. We got another wrestling show this weekend to look forward to. So there's quite a bit going on at the moment. I think the early start time is going to have caught a few people out, but yeah, show was okay. I am not down on this episode, but if you want to leave your comments, I'm going to put the feedback request up right now on X. So feedback required. What did you think about Raw? That is up right now. You can leave your feedback right now. I'm going to run away and start doing the breakdown. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And we'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.